Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. It is 2020, a new decade, the year of the mouse. Yes. My name is Jolena Grande, and for the past year, 2019, I have been privileged with serving as chair of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. I'd like to thank everyone who has been with me for the last year and suffered through my chairing of these meetings. But since we are entering a brand new year, a brand new decade, I would like to announce that Vice Chair Ting Sun has agreed to reaffirm her rightful position as chair of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. And I am privileged now to be in a support role to Chair Sun. And I am now going to pass this meeting on over to you. And thank you for saying yes.
Oh, well, thank you, Chair Grande, for all the work that you did. And you have elevated this position to such a level, high level, that I do not know if I'm going to be able to match that. Your procedures and the way that you carry out the meetings has really been fantastic. And I'm going to continue relying on you for appropriate procedures. So thank you for all your work and your leadership this last year.
You are welcome. Thank you. Thank you for saying yes.
All right. So very good. We're going to begin today. I'd like to, I will cover an update on the CTE's incentive grant and the K-12 Strong Workforce Program, a presentation of the California Community College's CTE Outcome Survey, and an update on the California's WIOA state plan. So we have a lot today's agenda. We're going to get through it, clip through it very quickly, and then we will be reviewing the final version of the federal Perkins 5 state plan. As many of you know, we've seen many iterations of this. This is, we hope, to be the final iteration after some comments from us that will be approved by the State Board of Education scheduled for March. Today's meeting is being broadcast. Interested parties can view the broadcast by visiting http://cde-ca.videossc.com. The link can also be found on the committee's webpage. We must have a quorum to continue, and I see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members in attendance. So it is 10:35, and we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. All right, so the first action item we have is approval of the report of action for our November 25th, 2019 meeting. And I'll give you guys a little time to look at it. I believe it's in your folders. And when you are ready, I will hear a motion.
I will move approval of the report of action from our November 25th, 2019 meeting and remind everyone that was the week of Thanksgiving, and I am so thankful that we were all able to be here together and enjoy the amazing lunch that Lisa Reimers put together for us. Appreciate that.
So, and I forgot to mention, Jolena Grande is vice chair. We've just swapped roles. So, Vice Chair Grande, thank you for the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Member Rucker. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was in here.
Okay. Sorry, I should have asked, are there any comments from the public? Seeing no comments. I believe we're ready for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we have 4 ayes and 1 abstention. All right, moving on. Meeting minutes and recording of the broadcast are available on the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Meeting webpage. Okay, so at this point in time, I'd like to introduce Lisa Reimers from the California Department of Education, who will review the materials provided for this meeting. Lisa.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Sun and members of the committee. In your packets, you will first find the agenda, the report of action that you just approved, and the committee's guiding policy principles that was recently updated 2 months ago. Today's meeting consists of 4 items: Agenda item 1 is on the CTE incentive grant and the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. There are 4 documents in this item. All of them are printed on green paper except for the matrix of metrics, which is in a legal white sheet. Item 2 is the presentation on the community college's CTE outcome survey. There are 6 documents for this, and they are all printed on goldenrod paper. Agenda item 3 is the update on WIOA, and there are 2 documents for this, and they are printed on pink paper. And then agenda item 4 is the draft federal Perkins 5 state plan. This item has 7 documents. You have the agenda item, the slides, 3 attachments. There are 2 books of the plan. One is a clean version, one is a track changes version with the yellow and blue highlights for addition and deletion. And then the 5th attachment is actually only available at this time in hard copy, and it's a binder on the table, and it's all of the public comments that we received. We are working with our partners at West Ed to actually have that large 200-page document posted, but we were unable to do it for this meeting, but it should come up next week sometime. So it'll be available for the whole public to see, and they won't have to come to CDE to get it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that update. Okay, so if there's no other comments, let's move on to our first agenda item. This is the California Career update on California Career Technical Education Initiatives, and I'd like to welcome Michelle McIntosh from the California Department of Education and Sandra Sanchez from the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, who will update the committee on the CTIG and the K-12 Strong Workforce programs. Oh, and Kai Jackson.
Yeah, good morning, Chairperson Sun, and good morning, committee. Just wanted to take a second to, I always want to take the opportunity to affirm and uplift the hard work of the community college team, the State Board of Education team, and CDE team to receive and then reflect the inputs from the committee and stakeholders into the work, which you'll see reflected in the robust agenda. And I just wanted to particularly note that this week we had the opportunity to speak to the legislature about the CTEIG program, and you'll hear about that today. But I just wanted to particularly note that we would have further opportunity as we progress to get into a lot more detail on this particular program. And at this point, I'll turn it over to the team.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Pradeep Kotamaraju. I'm the director of the Career and College Transition Division. This agenda item will be presented in 3 parts. I'm just going to give you an overview of some of the things that we are doing with regard to the data collection around both CTIG and K-12 Strong Workforce, and then Michelle will come and talk about CTIG, and then Sandra will talk about the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. The thing I want to start with here is really that we are in discussions with having the data from the CTIG as well as the K-12 Strong Workforce be added to the memorandum of agreement that's already there between CDE and the Chancellor's Office. One of the things that we are trying to figure out there is to see whether, in fact, we can add the collection of this data as a project within the existing memorandum, or whether it requires a separate MOU. The likelihood is probably the former rather than the latter. That's why we had a meeting earlier this week, and that's what we're leaning towards. The second part of that discussion, and that's happening concurrently, is talking about essentially making sure that the metrics that we are collecting align not only between CTIG and K-12 Strong Workforce, but also have the CTIG metrics align with the larger CDE data collection and have the K-12 Strong Workforce data be aligned with the larger data collection within the Chancellor's Office. So there is discussion going on. We're talking about things like data dictionaries and so on, and we'll have this and we'll come back to you and talk about that in more detail once all of that is firmed up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Good morning. So I'm going to go ahead and start with our Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. And just reminding folks that the purpose of this grant is to encourage, maintain, and strengthen the delivery of our high-quality CTE programs. That being said, I wanted to give you an update on where we are with the fiscal year 1920 allocations and the rollout of those funds. So the application was released September 16th of 2019. Those applications were then due to CDE on Friday, November 15th. And taking in those applications, we went through, we reviewed, we scored, and we had the item originally set to go to the January board meeting. But at the last minute, we decided to pull that item to ensure that we had our allocations correct, number one, and to also develop a plan of action to report funding allocations at the March meeting. So we'll now go to the March meeting with that. And then also working with the Chancellor's office to make sure that our data collection methodology is appropriate. So our plan is to go to the March State Board of Education meeting with the following information. After reading and reviewing the grants, we had, again, a total of 337 grantees. As you can recall, the original legislation calls for 3 categories of ADA. So we had a total of 20 grantees in the small category, which would be under 140 ADA. We also had 53 grantees in the medium category, and those are your LEAs that have 141 to 550 ADA. And then we had a total of 264 grantees in the large category, and that was the 550 ADA. Just to give you an example of some comparisons between last year's funding and then moving forward with this year's funding. So last year we had a total ask of, as you can see, over $300 million. This year the ask was more than almost triple that of $934 million. So we had an additional ask of $581 million. So there was a huge ask, bigger ask than we had expected or anticipated, and from what we had last year. Total applicants this year, we actually had 378 versus last year where we had 379. So our applicants remained about the same. We did have more consortia apply, so more schools band together to form consortium than last year. We had 11 more consortia. And then the total approved single ADA, total approved single LEAs, 337. Of those, 186 were consortia. And again, total funded applications would be 337. Ironically, it's the same number that we funded last year, was 337 applications. And then again, the total breakdown is there for you to see. So I think prior to going further with the data, I think it's important to understand that we did receive some feedback from the field and so forth last year when we presented this to you. And then the board did approve the CTIG categories in 5 categories rather than the 3 categories. So we did get some pushback from the field last year on doing the 5 categories because folks in the larger category felt that it benefited the smaller categories disproportionately than from the large. So this year we had made the decision to go back to doing the 3 categories, and so when we did that, we received a lot of pushback then from the smaller schools that received a big jump last year. We received pushback, and so this year they were like, well, what happened, right? So we had this big chunk last year, and now this year, well, a couple key things to remember is last year when we calculated the allocations, we had $17 million left over. So we had to reallocate that back into the group. Otherwise, we send that money back to the state. This year, when we calculated the allocations, there was only $7 million left over. So that's a difference of $10 million right there that's not going to go back into the total allocation. So that being said, as you know, there was, as you may or may not know, there was a hearing this week with the legislature. And from that hearing, it was requested that when we do go to the board, that we provide them with both what the 3 categories looks like and then what the 5 categories would look like.
Okay.
And so I believe that that's what we will be doing.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because I
Yes.
think some questions, and I probably should have stopped you a little bit earlier.
That's okay.
So we can talk about the information, but let me just take any questions at this point. Yes, Member Rucker. Oh, Rucker and then Salazar.
Well, first of all, thank you, Michelle, for giving us all of this information about the grants and the status of what's going on this year. I'm very interested in understanding, given the fact that there was not a significant increase in the number of applicants, but there was a great increase in the amount of money they asked for. Could you characterize what was different in the grant proposals and the requests that resulted in this kind of increase and request for funding?
I can't tell you what was in the grant proposals themselves particularly, but what I can tell you is that last year there was a lot of confusion between what LEAs were being asked to match and then what they were going to expect from the state. Because remember, we're at a 2-to-1 match. So last year it wasn't clear in the application that we put out if they were actually asking for their match at $2, what they had to have, or what the dollar was that they were going to be receiving from the state. So this year in the application, we made it very clear in the application itself and said, your LEA is going to be able to match X amount of dollars at this amount. And then we put a calculation in the application that then cut that number in half and said, so your expected allocation from the state would be X amount. And we thought that helped to clear up that question between these are your match dollars and this is what you expect from the state. We also put in there a disclaimer that you might expect this, but realize that that may not be the amount that you're going to get, right? Because all of the allocations are dependent on a calculation. So I think with the clarification of the match question, we actually did, in fact, see a larger number of ask.
Okay, so that part makes sense, and I appreciate that. And I remember we had this conversation last year about what the confusion was. But I'm still interested in understanding, since especially this year, we spent so much time on understanding the metrics and how the programs will be accountable. I really want to understand what was different about the applications and the content. And maybe when we have our next meeting, if you could provide a summary, not of the LEAs themselves, but the types of programs that they are actually going to be implementing based on the criteria and what was approved for what they were funded. And maybe that's not a picture you have clearly at this point right now anyway. But I think it's just interesting to see these numbers and then that dollar amount. That's a lot of government cheese.
Yes, it is.
So I would really like to understand exactly, this is the year of the mouse, I'd like to understand exactly what all the scurrying around is going to be in these programs, particularly since we're paying attention to who the students are that are being served. I'd like to know if there's a net increase or change in the difference of the student populations that are going to be served. I'd like to understand for the LEAs that are involved, what else should we know or understand about those LEAs? How are they linking this funding to the funding they may already be receiving as a high school or as a consortium through the LCAP? I want to understand what all the linkages are and what are the characteristics of what actually was funded, since our overall goal here is to create some connectedness in this overall state plan. I think since this is the first part of what we're actually seeing implemented, under this overarching goal. I'd like to see what the profile of the programs that were funded looks like, and to make sure that we're actually on track to look at that alignment and see if what we've been talking about here is actually coming to fruition.
Absolutely. Yes.
And I think just to piggyback on that, Michelle, and I absolutely agree with everything Member Rucker indicated. Do you have a sense of what the average grant award amount was to? I'm just curious, just given that.
You know, we haven't looked at the average, but that's something that we can pull together and look at.
All right, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. So you have an advantage over me. I have like 4 hours of sleep coming into this meeting, but we are approving in March the 337 grantees. But then you also said that at that meeting, we were going to see what the options would be between 3 categories versus 5.
Correct.
So I'm a little confused because if we're approving the list, we would be approving it as is with the current 3 allocations. But we know that from previous years, the 5 has been problematized, the 3 levels has been problematized this year. So what's the third option? Because one, we're going to have to approve them. So how can we approve them and then change the sort of bands?
Right.
And then 2, if both models have been problematized, what's our third option?
Right. Thank you for asking that, Member Ortiz-Lacon. I think one of the things that you would see at the March meeting would be both sets. You would see what the numbers look like with the 3 categories and what the numbers would look like with the 5 categories. What's that? Oh. So, and that was based, that was legislature, Assemblyman Gallagher that wanted us to bring that to you. And so that being said, that was his request, because I think his area were probably some in that middle category that did lose out from going back to the 3 categories. So what we can look at in the future, and this would be a conversation between, of course, the department, the State Board of Education, Department of Finance as well, is really to look at what might a better, more equitable model really look like. And through having gone through the process, the bad thing about having gone through this process is we had to go through this process. The good thing is that I think it really provides us an opportunity to look at the model and to make some changes if possible to determine what might really look equitable and be fundable in the future. Just a couple things to point out really quick. Some of the ADA categories, when those were chosen, not that they were right or wrong, but just in our review of this, one of the things that we've looked at is, so were people thinking that that was ADA for schools? Because what we're looking at is districts. So that's number one, a big comparison there, right? So were they expecting this like maybe schools or districts? There might have been some confusion there. The other thing is we do it based off of total ADA. Might we do it instead off of total ADA? Could it be something that maybe we look at actual CTE participants, because this is a CTE incentive grant, right? So we want to incentivize people to grow new programs, but also incentivize them to continue to run their high quality programs.
Thank you.
So,
and it looks like Deputy Superintendent Jackson has some lead.
Sorry to interrupt. I would just want to assist my colleague here in that we did have an opportunity to speak to the legislature this week to provide some clarity around the CTIG program based on some input we got from the field. I think to her point in terms of presenting at the state board, what the allocations could be under the 3 categories, vice the 5 categories, is just really make sure that there's transparency and the board has all of the information as they make decisions. That said, we have confidence in the formula at the 3 categories. And really what we've seen was over the lifespan of this program, the basis in statute is the 3 categories, right? There was 1 year last year where there was an anomaly and a significant influx of dollars to schools. And really with that $17 million that was left over, and to fulfill the intent of the legislature, which is to get the money out to the field, it was redistributed with an equity lens. And so it gave them a huge bump. It was an anomaly, which, as you know, sometimes even though it was an anomaly, they receive it, and they like to receive it year after year. What we've gone to, because we have confidence in the formula, was back to really what's in statute as sort of the basis. What she continued to uplift was there's always opportunity for process improvement and continuous improvement, which we'd like to work with not only stakeholders but with the legislature and other the committee here in terms of process improvement in terms of the formula.
Thank you for that clarification. And I would think that the department would provide a recommendation on the item. And of course, for transparency, the board can look at both items and either take or not take the recommendation from the department.
Absolutely.
So, okay. And Vice Chair Grande had something.
Thank you, Chair Sun. Since you mentioned, Michelle, about new programs, when I look at the total number of applications funded remaining constant, how many of those were new applicants versus reapplicants? So by going from 3 to 5 to 3 to 5, are we creating a scenario where there are less new applicants, so less innovation, less new programs?
Yes, so I have those numbers. I have to pull those numbers to be able to tell you how many were possibly like repeat applicants versus new applicants. But we also do see through the process of reading the grants and scoring the grants where we do have some that are they're brand new to starting a CTE program. And then there's some that, of course, they've had CTE programs, so maybe they're focusing on a particular area or particular pathway in this particular year.
So as we come to a close on all the questions we're asking you that you have to say, I don't have that information for you today, I do want to reiterate that because this item is going to come to the board in March, that it would be really important, because we are focusing, as Mr. Jackson pointed out, on the equity lens. It would be really important for the board, for the purpose of being very transparent, to give information about how many of these funded programs are new applicants, and to give information about the profiles of the students that will be served, and a summary of the types of programs that are being directly funded as a result of the grants that were submitted. I think it's important for us to be able to see those things.
Sure.
And know those things. That's one of the things we learned last year. It's not about being curious about who's in the program, but since we are moving forward with looking at how we provide focus through the accountability in the matrix of metrics that focuses on particular students, then we would like information aligned to those metrics about, in summary, about the programs that are being funded. And Michelle, later on, if you want me to go through that in a little more detail with you, so you're clear about what I'm asking about, so that we don't come to the meeting in March and I say, I thought I asked for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Member Rector.
You appreciate that. Any other comments, questions? Yes.
Sorry, I just have a question about the total approved LEA consortia. It seems if we only had 11 more applicants, why do we have such a significant dip in the number approved? So we had a difference of 45, right? So 45 applications didn't get approved, but we only had 11 additional applications when looking at the numbers from 2018, 19 to 2019, 2020. So why is that?
So the dip in applications can be attributed to either people not completing the full application. That's about half of that number there. Or some folks not meeting the minimum qualifications. Either they didn't meet the eligibility standards, the minimum eligibility standards, which they're required to have, or they didn't provide a budget or a yearly budget or a 3-year budget that showed sustainability. Or the other was that they were not linked to their LCAP. They didn't show the link to their local control accountability plans. And those things are per statute that we follow when determining those that are funded or not funded. Once they're funded, the application is either fundable or not fundable. And then if it's fundable or not fundable, the fundable ones get put in the pot to be funded. So sometimes I think there's a misconception too that, oh, I'm fundable, and then the higher my score is, the more money I'll get. And that's not necessarily the case either, because remember, there's the 8 special considerations that they have as well. And that all figures into that formula, which we will explain at the State Board of Education meeting and show that for transparency as well.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? So I just wanted to add a additional comment. Member Ortiz-Lacon asked the question I was asking too. It's like, why that negative 45 there? I do what you had mentioned, Michelle, that you would be looking at maybe other ways to distribute the funds moving forward. And I completely agree that we need to look at other options, and that perhaps the formula that was outlined in the legislation is now a bit archaic now that we've evolved. I do think that I'm afraid that we may be experiencing some of these applicants expecting now the money to come every year.
Yes. Yes.
And they can't, this was not the intent of the legislation, incentive to start new programs. So we may have to look at ways of incentivizing new programs, but then maybe slowly weaning some of the current applicants off of the program.
Sure. And we did have some applicants that were funded before that were not funded this time around, just to be clear, because they didn't meet minimum eligibility standards. So,
okay, thank you. So,
Can I just
yes.
add, to address Member Rucker's point about the tying the student to the funding? Right now, we know that we can tie the funding retrospectively to the district, but we can't really say that student X went through a CTE program because of the CTIG funding. So that's one thing I want you to be aware of, is that really we can give you, so we can look at a profile of a CTIG receiving district and look at some of that, but whether or not CTIG was solely responsible for the student performance or on the metrics is something that as I was talking earlier, we're looking at in terms of working through that.
Oh, thank you very much for that clarification, and I appreciate that, primarily because we do understand the matrix of metrics are lagging indicators, that we would be using that to evaluate program outcomes at the end of some particular period. But since the point was made that the ADA for the funded programs was based on the district ADA, not participating CTE students, then I would like to know about who are the students in the ADA of the districts that were funded, so that, again, we're still making sure that as part of our priority, we are creating not only the incentive for districts to create programs that target these students, but that the funding is actually going to districts where these students are. So I agree with you. We're not going to be able to see how many CTE students are going to be funded by this grant at this exact moment, but we would like to know what the enrollment by ethnicity of those students are, what the performance, the academic metrics of those districts are in the dashboard at this point. You know, what are the students that have been prioritized in their LCAP at this point? And in particular, since we have, based on the information we had, for example, at our last board meeting about the place and prominence of special education students that are not actually being addressed or identified in particular, how many special education students as a class or even English learners as a group are in these schools as well. So it will be important for us to have that information about the ADA, not saying that as a result of this, that all of those targeted students are going to get the benefit of a CTE program. I understand that, and I think it'll be important for us to repeat that when you make that presentation at the board meeting so that we don't have that confusion. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Michelle, I'll let you move on, and then I'm going to
Okay.
make sure that we also have enough time for our K-12.
Absolutely. So really quickly, this becomes the review of the data survey, which during the last report in November, we said we would bring you that data survey. Because of timing, what we found is that much of the information can be collected in CalPads right now, and then the way we would disaggregate it is by our CDS codes. Again, it's looking at groups of students, not individual students, but the you guys have a copy of the survey that's gone out, and this survey includes not only the Perkins, it includes the Perkins 5, but also what we would expect to see for the K-12 strong workforce, and also what we expect to see for CTIG, since those programs are reliant on each other. As you note through the survey, if there is a code in parentheses, so it might say the first one, four-year college, university, mapped to code 200, community college that has a 210, those are the CalPads codes that our local education agencies will be mapping to. So we will be able, and again, this is a work in progress, but we've been working very closely with the Chancellor's office and then also our data folks here at the department to be able to map to the CalPads codes where we can, and where we can't, the LEAs will report back to us in a SNAP survey that we've developed through the CDE. So we'll be able to get the information that isn't collected in CalPads. We will be able to get that information here in our department, disaggregate the data, and then our anticipation is that the rest of this information will then be in CalPads next year. So then when we do this, we'll have it completely done in CalPads. Okay. That being said, first let me ask, are there any questions?
Yeah, looks like we have a question.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understood what you said. So items on this survey 1 through 6, you've already identified what code it can be mapped back to in the reporting field in CalPads.
Yes.
All right. So then items 7, 8, and 9, you have a separate survey, the SNAP survey that the department is working on now, that you'll collect this information from. My question is, because again, we've spent a great deal of time talking about data and about data collection and what's available from other agencies, since there is some other work that is happening also in the Community College Chancellor's Office and the databases that they have. Is any of this information mappable or available from the Community College Chancellor's Office?
So that's what we're working on as well. Right now, we're in the process of doing the data dictionary for the launch board, which was part of this legislation. And so our data folks are talking with their data folks and our program people to make sure that, one, we have the same, we're using, I think, the same language to get the correct information. So those conversations are continuously happening at this point. So,
yeah, I'm just concerned about the human capital that
Sure.
would be involved in doing this other part of the work for these 3 items, and
Yes.
the amount that would make this lagging even behind the other lagging indicators.
right.
that
So
you're
this
going to
is
be
being
collecting.
collected as part of the fall.
Okay.
It's the fall 2 in CalPads, which is due by March 20th. So we will get this information by March 20th because all of these schools or the LEAs are out there right now. This is the time that they survey those students. This is now the 6 months after the 2018-19 cohort is graduated. So they're going through and they're collecting this information right now. And the survey link is actually included in here. So what we did is we provided the field with not only the survey itself of the questions they need to ask, but then gave them instruction on what specifically needed to be reported in CalPads and then what would need to be reported through the SNAP survey that there's a link to right here. So,
Okay, that's
Okay.
helpful. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
And then just really quickly, a review of the matrix of metrics, because I want to give Sandra her time, of course, with the K-12 strong workforce. Just really quickly with the matrix of metrics, what we've done is we've gone through and you'll see the beginning on page 2. Anything that is new, the last time you guys approved adding the Perkins 5 language So anything on the matrix of metrics that is bolded is new information. That being said, if you look at item 2, Perkins 4 asked for the high school graduation rate. Perkins 5 asked for the 4-year graduation rate. That's 1S1. That's the indicator for Perkins 5. And then if you follow along, item number 3, there wasn't anything for Perkins 5, but we left that information on there. Because I do remember Member Ortiz-Lucon last time said, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater in a sense, but let's see what all the metrics are. So we've gone through and we've aligned what seemed to align to each other. And then at the end, you'll see as we get to, I'm sorry. You'll see there used to be 9 items. There's now 10 items because there's more indicators for the Perkins 5. So you'll see on page 6 of 7, that's where some of those new indicators start. We added them to the CTIG side. We have not added them yet to the K-12 SWP side because we're still having conversations and doing the data dictionary to make sure that we have everything correct. But at the same time, these would be the new indicators as stated. In the CTIG language, it states that the indicators and the metrics are either Perkins 4 or and its successor.
Question from Member Rucker.
Okay, so as I go through the matrix of metrics, if you look on page 5, indicator for row 9, the number of former pupils enrolled in a form of job training other than a state apprenticeship program. So I know I read that section of Perkins 5 where it was asking for that. So here's what I don't understand. When you go then back to page 3, in order for them to have obtained or in order for them to be enrolled in some form of job training, when you go back and look at row 5, wouldn't it be important to know as a result of that job training how many of them actually finished the program and obtained? Wouldn't that be another indicator
That would be
for
another.
Perkins 5?
Yes.
But it's not noted here.
Because it's not, these are just strictly the Perkins 5 indicators as written in law.
Okay, so it's not a mandate.
It's not a mandate.
But it's information we would benefit from having.
Which you could suggest that we would add.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Yes. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I would like to live with that question for a little while until we get to the plan, and we'll talk about it then.
Got it. All right.
Member Rucker, to answer your question, the industry certification that is listed there is one of the quality indicators, and California has chosen to use college credit courses because it ties more closely to the CCI. That doesn't mean we can add that later down the road, but right now we're using the college credit courses, which is 5S2, as the quality secondary quality indicator in the Perkins accountability framework.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I do not want to fail my duty as chair. We got to move on at this point. So let's go. I'm sorry, Michelle, did you have one last comment?
No. Thank you. I'll hand it over to my partner, Sandra.
All right. Very good.
Hi. Good morning, Chair Sun and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you an update of our K-12 Strong Workforce Program. Just a brief, quick review of the intent of the legislation. One, it's to support intersegmental partnerships between LEAs and the California Community Colleges to strengthen career technical education programs and pathways aligned with regional workforce needs. And the second focus is supporting LEAs in developing and implementing high-quality K through 14 CT course sequences, programs, and pathways. I'm going to go quickly. If you have questions, please don't mind interruptions. So just to give you an update, we have worked really hard with CDE to collect data and feedback throughout the last grant-making process. And with the guidance from the field, we've made various changes to the K-14 Strong Workforce application and process. Part of those changes include a simpler, more intuitive application so applicants can focus on telling us about the work. We've revised plans, messaging, materials to be more inclusive of all stakeholders. And we've lowered the maximum amount of dollars awarded to each applicant so that we could increase the number of awardees overall. Working with CDE, we've also refined the application in year 2 to complement the work of CTIG and reinforce the key elements of a pathway. I think I skipped a slide. And what we're focused on is leveraging CTE efforts, including CTIG, Perkins, and Strong Workforce, fostering collaboration between K-12 and community colleges, aligning to regional priorities, and opportunities, and offering pathways in high-quality CT curriculum and instruction. As you can see from the timeline, the K-12 Strong Workforce Year 2 process is underway. Applications have been submitted and are currently being reviewed, and awards will be announced in late February. Part of our K-12 Strong Workforce review and award process relies on the input and expertise of multiple stakeholders, from teachers to business leaders, each with a deep understanding of the needs as well as the opportunities in a particular region. Similar to the last year, applications are read and scored by selection committee members comprised of individuals with expertise in K-12 workforce development, including teachers, administrators, charter school representatives, career guidance counselors, industry representatives in the region's priority areas, and then community college faculty and administrators. Selection committee members participate in rigorous and collaborative training, and the process is using standardized materials throughout the regions to ensure equitable and consistent scoring and alignment to the intent of the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. This year, there are 8 regional selection committee teams with between 12 and 24 members per region for a total of approximately 200 selection committee members across the state. Oh my gosh, that's not the right slide. Okay, so here, this is a side-by-side comparison of year 1 and year 2. Since selection committees are still in the scoring process, some of the data are preliminary, and we look forward to sharing with you complete data once we have made the awards. And from the previous timeline, those awards will be announced by the end of February. For year 2, 302 applicants were submitted, and similar to last year, the grant funds requested this year, almost $250 million, exceeded the $150 million allocation. Once awards are announced, we will examine available data, and again, as part of our continuous process improvement, we'll reach out to all stakeholders to gather feedback about the outreach, the application, and the award process. So I think one of the things that I want to raise is the number of applications in year 2 is lower, and we feel that it's probably due to the cap on the awards and the requirement that they had to have a community college partner in order to apply. There's the slide. And this slide gives you a side-by-side comparison in terms of the number of applications in year 1 and year 2 and the total amounts requested. And so you can see that it's not that far off. We had 248 million requested for year 2, 268 in year 1. So it's not, in terms of overall, it didn't change how we had anticipated by capping the amount. We still had the same number of requests, and the applications actually did not go up. They went a little bit down. So lesson learned for us as we move forward and continue to improve this process with the field. So once awarded, our K-12 Strong Workforce awardees will have access to a tiered system of support to ensure successful implementation of their projects. These will include the K-14 technical assistance providers and the K-12 pathway coordinators, who also support the work of CTAG. So first, let me tell you about the pathway coordinators. These are the individuals on the ground, those that will be working most closely with the K-12 awardees. We've designated 72 pathway coordinators, 1 per each of the 72 community college districts. These professionals will bring with them extensive expertise in career education, career pathways, or just, and as well as a range of functional expertise in the field. Their role is to support, link, and align program development efforts funded by CTIG, Strong Workforce, Regular. We have a Strong Workforce, and then, of course, Strong Workforce K-12. Given their deep knowledge of existing CTE pathways, the programs, the CTIG, 11 CTIG coordinators were transitioned into the position that of the 72. So we are currently engaging the process of identifying, vetting, and hiring the remaining 61 individuals who will serve in this role. We anticipate that all 72 pathway coordinators will be in place by April of this year. Since K-12 and community colleges approach career pathways differently, we are providing an extensive training session for all pathway coordinators, and that is scheduled for June. The 2-day session will focus on norming and knowledge building, which are key to an effective and aligned support infrastructure. So now a little bit about our K-14 technical assistance providers. The pathway coordinators will be guided and supported by the 8 technical assistance providers, and the role of these 8 professionals, one for each region, is to provide regional leadership in the development, administration, and the organization of pathway development and improvement efforts. The identification and vetting and the hiring of these individuals is also currently underway, and we anticipate having all 8 TAPs in place by late March, early April. As of this week, this particular slide has changed. We now have one who's hired. We have 6 pending CO approval, and we only have 1 that we're pending submission from the field. So I did review the 6 pending this week. I have requested a few changes based on the intent of the legislation and the direction we really want them to go in, but I anticipate having those changes made by early next week so we can move those forward. So as part of our efforts, we have been having common planning meetings, working more closely together. Also, earlier this month, we had just a planning meeting to discuss the coordination of both the CTAG application and the K-12 Strong Workforce, because we heard from the field that it's too cumbersome to have 2 award cycles kind of overlap. And so we're really trying to align our efforts. And so we had a meeting this month to that effect to make sure that we aren't burdening the field with unnecessary work. And as discussed earlier, also we're working through the data element dictionaries and the metrics of matrix and really trying to get that all shored up, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Sandra, I did have one question relative to the ADA categories described on the second slide. Is there, given that we just reviewed the CTEC ADA bands, is there a reason why the bands don't align? Was there any attempt to align the bands? I guess I'm just looking at it from a district perspective, and just would this inherently create confusion if I'm applying for CTAG and the bands are this, and I'm applying for K-12 Strong Workforce and the bands are this? So I'm just curious if there was any discussion about commonality within the bands.
I don't think so within the bands themselves, because I know, for CTIG we followed the legislated law, right? And I think this is
right. This is also formula, but we can definitely look at it. I just so you know, I came into this late October, so I'm catching up.
She's catching up really fast. So
definitely, like I said, as part of our continuous process improvement, we are working towards making this a much simpler process for the field, and so definitely we'll take that into consideration as we craft the next cycle.
Thank you. So, yeah, and the theme is alignment, all right? We've been talking about alignment. So any of these details that can be aligned that make it easier for the field to understand and where they qualify so that it is much more seamless would be very helpful. In fact, you had made a comment that the way that K-12 approaches CTE pathways is different from the way that community colleges approach CTE pathways. And I'm cognizant that we have not enough time to go into a deep discussion about that, but I am curious what's behind that, and again, what can we do to help better align how we K-14 approach CTE pathways?
I can tell you from my own experience that, and I come from LA, and I know Member Salazar, so I think in my experience, K-12's systems are very different from community college. And in many cases, some of the challenges that I faced as a CTE dean was that I didn't, depending on the school district I was working with and how they viewed that particular CTE program, was whether or not I got the same teacher every year, right? I remember one of the principals once said to me, well, why can't you reassign somebody? I said, I don't know my faculty. Right? That's not how it works. We have very fundamentally different ways of operating. And I think just having that basic understanding about how our systems do work well together and don't, and where we're going to come across barriers is what we're trying to get at in that June training, is really just kind of, let's understand what's normal for us. It may not be what's normal for you. And once we have that understanding, then we can kind of move forward from there and really work on alignment and figuring out where our self-created barriers and where our institutional barriers that we need to address.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm feeling that these coordinators that we have at the regional levels may be able to give us some very specific examples of where the misalignments are.
Right, exactly.
And I want to validate but not assume. So obviously these pathway coordinators are going to be the glue between the K-12 systems and the community colleges. Has there also been given consideration in terms of regional coordination of these pathway coordinators? So in instance in LA County, if you have multiple pathway coordinators, I assume they'll also be asked to interface with one another regionally?
Yes.
Okay.
So our goal is with the K-14 TAPs is to coordinate the pathway coordinators in each region so that they're working together and that they're leveraging each other's knowledge. They're building community. So they're able to problem solve better as a group. And it's based really on a project we did in LA with pathway coordinators but we placed those at the community college level. So now these will be placed at the high schools, and I'm hopeful that it will really increase the collaboration and the alignment.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Grande, and then Member Ruck.
One of the things that you mentioned when you were looking at the applications between year one and year two, it was mentioned that maybe award caps and the need to partner with community colleges may have reduced down the number of applicants. Is there any analysis that's being done regarding the applications for year two to see which of them are reapplicants, and if the applicants from year one did not reapply, are we targeting them with suggestions on how they might be able to partner with a community college so they could reapply for year three?
We are definitely looking at all of it. I do have some preliminary data about who applied in year one and who reapplied in year two, and I can share that with you. We had 379 CTIG applications in 18-19, 478 strong workforce applications in 18-19. And in that year, 220 of those applicants also applied for strong workforce on the CTIG side, and then so 220 of the 379. And then in year two, our preliminary data says we had 377 applications on CTIG, 302 for strong workforce, and 182 are repeat applicants. So we haven't disaggregated the data to see. I believe you asked a question earlier of the types of projects or if specific regions applied. So we will definitely look at all of that and can bring you an update on that information.
Well, one of the things I truly appreciate on your presentation was the explanation about the apparatus of support and understanding how in the field there will be this integral type levels of collaboration among the programs. And what I appreciate about that is instead of this being at the state level and in some way diffusing or dissolving down to the field, this creates this very localized structure of support. My concern would be it also decentralizes the norms or the way the accountability would work for monitoring the programs as they go forward. So while the trade-off for distinctiveness and local and the local context is there, and that's very important, I do want to understand what are going to be the norms among these collaborations and among these 72 regions for making sure that the programs are not going to have a kind of mission drift or through salutary neglect, because we are trying to localize this, that things start happening that are going to be some unintended outcomes. I guess I'll rephrase the question, because you based on the data that you have, what have you learned? And this is something Michelle actually articulated from what we learned about what happened last year with CTIG. What have you learned from what happened from last year's strong workforce application process, and what it is you're seeing as you're making now the funding decisions that are going to be implemented through this collaboration and this oversight? What are the key differences, or what's characteristic that has emerged for you?
I think for me, having come into it, kind of after the fact and learning what's happening, what I'm seeing is that the intent was to collaborate, and so by forcing the partnership with at least one community college, we feel like that's going to drive the intent a little bit further. So just being more intentional about what we're asking them to apply for and how. The other thing that's difficult, about this and keeping the focus on systemically across the state being kind of equal, is that in the statute it says that the selection committee decides, right? And that's in each region. And since each region is unique, what we've done is we gave them kind of a standard set of rules, but in the end, it's really up to that selection committee, and it is comprised of industry partners, of community college and K-12 folks, and so as well as the regional consortium. And so I don't know that yet, right? And so we will definitely pay close attention. We did try to create standardized procedures for all of it, so it's consistent. We have had regular check-in meetings with selection committees who may have had questions and issues regarding the process, to make sure that our message was consistent so that it wasn't all over the place. But in the end, it's really, we don't know, right? We will look at the data and look at those effects of having those selection committees make those final decisions. And I know there were a lot of concerns from the field about how it may have appeared to be arbitrary. We did give them a scoring rubric. It's really up to them if they fully utilize it, because it's up to the selection committee to make that final decision. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. We'll give the public a chance at this point to make any public comments. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone stepping up. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate the update. All right, let's move on to item 2, the Community Colleges Career and Technical Education Employment Outcome Survey.
Thank you, Chair Sun and Chair Grande and the Pathways Advisory Committee members.
And I so apologize. I should have also said welcome. So I should have also welcome, this is Casey Greeny and Emil Gerke?
Emil Gerke.
Emil Gerke from Santa Rosa Community College, and they will be sharing the information here. And we have, did you want to also do an introduction?
Good morning, Chair Sun and members of the committee. I'm Shani Weber. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development with the Chancellor's Office. I just wanted to give you a brief context and background about the CTEOS survey, just so you have an understanding. The Chancellor's Office has contracted with Santa Rosa Junior College to provide and deliver this survey every year. And so you will be hearing from Casey about the work that they do every year for us under the Strong Workforce Program. And we do work with them closely to incorporate this information into our data analysis piece and performance of our CTE program. So hopefully that helps.
Yes, it does provide some context. Thank you. And this is very new. This is new information we've not received before. So thank you very much for coming.
Sure, and thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share about the survey. I am Casey Greeny. I served for 20 years as Director of Institutional Research at Santa Rosa Junior College. and I'm the founding researcher with the CTEOS, and I'm joined today by Emil Gerke, who's the current director of the survey. And Emil has a background in K-12 educational research. So what we're going to do today is talk a little bit about the background of the survey very briefly. Then Emil will talk about the nuts and bolts of the survey. We provided you with a fair amount of information, didn't want to overwhelm you. And then I'll talk about the results and use of the findings, but we'll go through the slides fairly quickly so we can focus more on your exact questions and concerns. So the CTEOS started in 2012 as a partnership. It was a grassroots effort. It actually came from the field, from CTE deans at community colleges who wanted to find more background and outcome information on their students. So we had statewide meetings. The instrument was developed collaboratively, conference calls, all methodology, implementation. The survey was vetted widely in the field. And we had the express purpose of trying to use the survey to collect data that wasn't available elsewhere, and only to collect data that wasn't available elsewhere. So part of the impetus for this actually follows the accountability movement in education and higher education. And for community colleges, it's, I think, parallel to K-12. For community colleges, it's easy for us to track our students who transfer to a four-year university. And then we know that outcome, we can quantify it. But students who don't transfer and disappear into the workforce, it's harder to know what is going on with them. So CTE deans wanted to find a way to show what their former students were doing in the workforce. So we developed the survey, and we sent it out in 3 different modalities. We initially sent it out email, then US mail, and then phone calls. We have a phone center we use. Now we've switched to emails, text messages, and phone calls. Sending it out these 3 ways, these 3 modalities, yields about a 30% response rate, which is remarkable for survey research. We'd love to have 100%, of course, but it is it's a very healthy response rate. We wouldn't get that rate if we only sent it out via email. We'd probably get about a 10% response rate. So by adding in the phone center and text, we get about a 30% response rate. So what we do is we survey all students in the universe of students who took CTE coursework at community colleges, a minimum of 9 units, and then stopped enrolling. Some of these students received a degree or certificate, but some didn't. So we call them completers and skills builders. We have found that skills builders completing 9 units or more still show positive workforce outcomes, even if they didn't complete a degree or certificate. I should also mention that there are other sources of income information. I'm sure that you all have looked into this too for your survey, the K-12 survey. There's the UI wage data that can come from the state. However, that data has some pretty serious limitations that I'll talk about in more detail later. Future possibilities would include state and or federal income tax records. That would kind of be the gold standard. If there could ever be a data sharing, that would be a wonderful approach. Right now, that's not a possibility. A second future possibility would be private businesses such as Equifax, who have lots of data on all of us. They maintain these databases, and they offer their services to track, to provide income information. However, that's a relatively new thing that they do, and there's one downside in that they can only provide back aggregated data. They can't provide back student-level data, so that's a pretty serious limitation from our perspective. Okay. We start, like I said, the survey only asks questions that we can't get elsewhere. So we start off by having, with our partnership with the Chancellor's Office, their MIS data unit pulls a large data set on all of the cohort students, all of the former CTE students for us. And then we use that data We get student contact information from the individual colleges, and then we survey the students and we append the survey data to this large data set. That way, for example, we know things like gender and ethnicity, and students don't have to take time on the survey to fill that out.
So I'm going to walk us through some of the just nuts and bolts of the survey itself. I've been the director and in charge of really administering CTOS since September. And Casey's covered a lot of the pieces here, but I want to show you some of the specific details. So this is an annual cycle that starts in October, and that's when we really reach out to all of the community colleges to make sure that we have accurate contact information and know who we need to contact. Because we receive student contact information from each of the community colleges, we need to make sure that every year we have accurate information. From there, COMAS provides us with the list of students and student IDs of who will be in the cohort this year. We break that apart. We send that to the community colleges. The community colleges send us back the contact information. Once we have all that, then we can start surveying students. And now we're up to February, and we begin with email, and email will run somewhere between 2 or 3 weeks. And then we'll begin with text messaging for non-responders for email. And then from text messaging, we'll send things out to the phone bank. And the phone bank will continue to call people up until August. So the survey itself is running 6 to 7 months every year between those 3 modalities. Once August is done and we have a full data set, then we'll take and we'll merge what we have from email and SMS. We use a survey system called Qualtrics to do all of that. We'll merge that with what the phone bank has provided, have a complete data set, clean that up, remove any student identifying information that may be there, and then we'll create reports that can go to each of the individual community colleges, to the chancellor's office, and to the dashboard. As Casey mentioned, there's different criterias for being in the cohort. If you completed a CTE certificate that was a chancellor's office approved certificate and are no longer enrolled. So we wait 1 year to see if they enroll the next year. So when I survey students, it's about 1.5 years after they've left. We're giving them time to find a job, to have that wage change, to get settled in and figure out what their next steps are after earning. So there's the group of people that earn chancellor's office approved certificates. And there's a group of people that earned a certificate of at least 6 units, even if it wasn't chancellor's office approved. And then we have the skills builders who completed more than 9 CTE units that we survey also. The management information system also generates us top codes for skills builders so we can track and see where were those skills builders really taking their classes. Again, administering the survey begins with email, moves on to text, done by the end of February, and the phone bank goes through until the end of August. So the main things that we look at every year, once we've surveyed students and we have everything and we have a piece together, when we develop that statewide report, we're really trying to provide specific data on how satisfied were students with the education or training they received. Whether or not they were getting a job within their field of study, how long it took them to find a job after they earned their certificate, whether or not there was an increase in wages, whether they're working full-time, whether they're working 1 job or multiple jobs. And we're also getting SOC codes for what field they're working in. Statewide reports are available on our website. Each college receives their own individual report and a statewide data file that is de-identified. Every student has a survey ID, but they're unique, but that's unique to the survey, but does not identify the student, is given to the chancellor's office, and our visualizations are updated. Many of the schools also, the colleges, request individual data files of their students so they can dig in and see how each of their CTE programs are performing, where students are earning degrees, and looking at whether or not individual certificates are ending in employment and wage gains. And of course, more information is available on our website. You can go through. There's a number of Tableau visualizations. You can pull up individual colleges, individual programs, look at whether or not people are finding jobs in fields of study and what their wage gains are for each of the individual certificates for both skills builders and completers.
Okay, I'm going to dig into a little bit of the results now, just so you can get a sense of the type of information we're able to cull from this survey and how it gets used. So statewide, last year we had a 29% response rate. The prior years it was a little bit higher. We always aim to make it as high as possible. Just cutting to the chase on some of the information people are the most curious about, we show a 50% overall increase in hourly wage that students report from before their program and training to after their studies and training. Students in general are satisfied with their programs, which is nice to hear. About 40% of this cohort transfers to a four-year college or university in CTE fields like accounting and those types of things. So these aren't all exclusively full-time in the workforce. And about 70% are working in their field of study or close. This is a very important data element, piece for community colleges, because we want to be able to know that it's our training that might have made a difference in their employment. Okay, so we do ask a detailed question about employment status. Overall, 82% of students respond being employed. 8% are self-employed. 62% are employed at one job, and 12% are employed at more than one job. And by the way, that little orange piece of pie has been getting a little bit larger over the years of the survey. So that equates to 82% being employed for pay. We also ask if they're doing unpaid work and not seeking. This might be a parent taking care of children or taking care of elders at home, somebody who's doing work but not being paid and they're not looking for employment. We also ask unpaid work and seeking for a job. And we do this in part because why should community colleges be held accountable for educational outcomes for people, employment outcomes for folks who aren't looking for a job? And now we have unemployed and seeking, about 8%. And unemployed and not seeking, and that's again about 8%. We believe that's more of what we call our personal interest students or older adults coming back to college for personal enrichment.
And one thing to keep in mind as you look at this data is you're looking at both completers and skills builders, and you're looking at students that may have transferred and are continuing on with their education.
So what I want to point out now in a little bit more detail is those categories of unpaid and unemployed. Those folks are not included in the statewide wage data. So you can see right there, 26% of our community college students can't be accounted for in the UI wage data. Additionally, the UI wage data doesn't include those without a Social Security number. So all of our undocumented students, we can't get any information through that data set. Also, it does not include anybody employed out of state or federal employees, including the military. And of course, those who work under the table wouldn't show up in that data set either. So we believe that about 30% of students are categorically not counted with the UI wage data. And the concern there is that it's whole categories of students like undocumented, like self-employed. So that affects things like the UI wage data shows horrendous outcomes for our real estate programs. Why? Because realtors are self-employed, so they're not showing any income gains in UI wage data, yet we know that they're successful. So the CTEOS, we have a 30% response rate, which is, again, we'd like that to be higher, but one advantage is that we know we're surveying all students, including those categories that are left out of the UI wage data. This is just a splashy thing for fun. Our students in the most recent survey reported an hourly wage of $15 prior to their program of study and training and $23 after, representing a 56% increase. When working in the field of training, I mentioned this has become probably the most important data point in the survey. This information is not available elsewhere. It can't be really gleaned from the UI wage data either. So this has become very important. And what we found is that the majority of students tell us that their current job is in their field of study or close to their field of study. This slide disaggregates to show by how closely they're related their job to their field of study is and their wage gains. And what we find is, I'm ahead of myself. So you can see that the majority are saying, or the preponderance are saying, that their job is very close to their field of study. When we disaggregate that by wages, we see that those who report their job being the blue bar here, very closely related to their field of study, show the greatest increase in wages, which is validating. Skills builders have an increase in wages, but those who are employed in their field of study have a higher increase. So that's an important piece of information for community colleges. Just going to quickly go through results over the last few years. I mentioned we started this survey in 2012 as a pilot with 15 colleges. And by 2017, that's when the Chancellor's Office decided to underwrite the cost of the survey so that all community colleges could participate. And in between those years, more colleges were opting in. They were all paying to cover the costs, and now the costs are graciously covered by the Chancellor's Office so that all colleges can participate. This shows the response rate over time, that red bar at the top. Like I said, it hovers near 30%. We survey about 155,000 students a year now. Change in wages over time, this is just an interesting thing we can track. This blue bar shows the wages that students report from prior to their training, their courses and training. You can see over time, generally there's a downward trend. Students are coming to community colleges with lower wages. The red bar shows their post wages after they have their training. And you can see there's an increase, which is always nice to see. But you can also see those red bars have been rather flat, right? So there hasn't been a tremendous post increase for students over time. And then this line shows the percentage increase. Remember, I said this year it was 56% increase students had. So you can see that students are posting a higher percentage change now, a higher gain, but that's mostly because their pre-wage was lower, not because their post-wage is higher. So again, that's just an interesting piece of information that can be gleaned from this survey that gets talked about. The findings are used for a number of reasons. Of course, colleges use them for program improvement, but they're also used at the Chancellor's Office level. Our Chancellor has 6 goals in his vision for success, and the 4th goal is to increase the percent of CTE students reporting that they're employed in their field of study. And again, right now, this survey is the source of that information. We can't find any other way to get that information, which is why we do the survey. It has a lot of other applications. Data are included in the launch board. The data are also included on the Chancellor's Office data page. There's a link to our project site. And again, the data are publicly available through the project website and the Chancellor's Office website. So I think I'll stop there so that you all can get your questions answered.
Any questions? Right. Member Salazar and then Member Rucker. Everyone. All right, Vice Chair Grande, and then we'll go to Member Ortiz.
I did have a question whether, based on the number of respondents, it's possible to attain a representative sample for each region. So that's my first question. It's a three-part question. I apologize. And in the data provided, is it possible to, from there, understand or disaggregate how the completers align to demand sectors in each region, and if that has been explored? So I'm just curious. You have completers who are obviously earning or attaining employment and having wage gains, but I'm just curious how that aligns to what industry and business need, and ideally by region. And then lastly, is it possible to disaggregate by demographic subgroups? So are we, again, able to serve our most neediest students?
Yes. Maybe I'll do those in reverse order. So definitely able to disaggregate. Again, we maximize the data that we harvest from the Chancellor's Office MIS, the administrative data set at the Chancellor's Office. So we can even, for example, disaggregate by all kinds of things, by economic disadvantagement, by gender, by ethnicity, by all kinds of things. So that's going on. In terms of matching with labor market demand in regions, we're starting to do that, especially through the Centers for Excellence and through the regional consortia for community colleges. Some regions have already done that. LA and San Diego have been a little bit ahead. So that is happening. And the first question was about the representativeness, right? So at first glance, yes, we're doing more validation studies this year, but when we look, for example, at the demographics of the universe of students we survey and the demographics of respondents, we find the percentages to be very, very similar. And again, we're delving into that more. You probably have the sense this survey's evolved, it's maturing, and as it does, we're getting into deeper research questions.
First of all, I'm so glad that Member Salazar asked her questions, because those are some questions that I wanted to have. One other question I do have is related to coordination or connectedness. As I sat here and listened to the survey information you were sharing, I'm coming off of having spent some time reading the state's draft WIOA plan, and a lot of the information that you have in this survey is directly related to some of the goals and the outcomes that are stated in this plan. So as you got to the end and you started talking about use of findings, I recognize this, that the great beneficiary for the work that you do are the community college programs, but are there some broader applications of the research that you're doing and using with these findings that make some connections to some of the other work the state is attempting to do?
I believe there are connections. I'm not sure. We haven't explored them greatly yet. A lot of people have been interested in the survey because, again, to get information not available elsewhere, and WIOA has that same need. Right now, we've kept it within this scope. The Chancellor's Office owns the data and has the complete data set and is able to share it as appropriate as well.
So what you're telling me is I need to become better friends with the Chancellor.
They're very nice people. I'm sure it would be a good thing.
Yeah, you can hook a sister up.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much for this presentation, because I have wanted everyone to understand the CTEOS across all spectrums, whether it's K-12 or the community colleges, whether it's career education faculty or any of our industry partners, because there is just such a wealth of data that is collected through the outcome survey that we really need to be skywriting, have you read your report kind of thing, because it is incredible the amount of data that's collected. But I was wondering two particular things. One almost piggybacks on Member Salazar's question, and I just wonder, is anyone taking a look at particular programs that are especially successful in terms of wage gains and employment, that they are in regions for which they were not determined to be priority or emerging, that we might be able to go back out and say, wait a minute, there's these incredible opportunities that we haven't been focused on that are producing phenomenal results. Maybe we should highlight them. And then a second question, is anyone asking or ascertaining from the respondents whether or not they got started in this career education field prior to entering the community college? Like, did they start in a K-12 CTE pathway that yielded this result.
Again, I'll start with the last one. And the tracking hasn't happened, but it can, because our administrative data set has identifying information for students from the Chancellor's Office MIS administrative data set. So they can be matched back. So in theory, yes. I wish that we statewide K-16 used a common student identifier. I know that that would help things a lot. But in the interim, plus, I think that the Cal ID is now going to be imported into the Chancellor's Office MIS administrative data set, so that will help tremendously. Otherwise, no, we haven't tracked that. And your first question was about trying to look at programs that are having high yield wages. We've done that a bit. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say that because it's fortunate too. A lot of the data is somewhat predictable. Greatest wage gains, programs like nursing, right, across the state. There are some pockets of high wage gain, like technician programs around the oil industry, around Bakersfield, that show really high increases. But we haven't found magic bullets, which doesn't mean we can't keep looking. I think as the survey has evolved, we've always given colleges their own data, and we've always had the statewide data, and it's really what you all have been hitting on, some of the regional analysis that I think is where we're evolving and where the next step is to try to pull more good information out of this.
Thank you for this presentation. There were so many questions floating through my head because one of the examples you gave was nursing, and I know that at some time so many young Latina and Latinos were going into the health fields because that was the industry. I'm from Southern California, the industry that showed that it was trending for mobility and job opportunities, but they were going into the lowest levels and those billing and some of the careers within the industry that were not giving them mobility. And a lot of us were pushing for them to go into those fields only to find that they were getting stuck in low wage, jobs. And so one of the things that I'm very curious is to know who are we not capturing? So, we have a 30% return rate, but there's 70% that is not being, that we have no idea what's happening. Of course, I'm thinking about our DACA students who may fall off this analysis, contingent on the Supreme Court ruling that we'll have this spring and what's going to happen with that skill. Those students that we're getting them work career ready. Thinking of the undocumented students who haven't been able to apply for the DACA and have not been able to do so for a couple of years now. What's going to happen to those students, right? Are we going to leave well-trained individuals unemployed? So any hint on who's not being counted? Who are we missing? You have gender, you have demographic information. Who is missing in our data sets?
Well, again, we survey the universe of students who meet the cohort criteria, and we are agnostic about immigration status. We don't know if students are DACA or not. So they're definitely, all students are being surveyed. And so that's one area where we can't know how representative it is because we don't ask. We don't know about their immigration status. But again, we know for sure that there's no other data source for those students on employment outcomes. So this is kind of it. I know community colleges struggle too because we have programs like childcare providers that's a heavily Latina field statewide, and students get their credentials and earn minimum wage, right? And ideally there are career ladders for them too, but just because that's a minimum wage job, of course, doesn't mean that it's not important to us. We all, those of us who've had children have wanted, we need to have good daycare. So it is, there are some definite patterns by ethnicity and gender, more by ethnicity, and in which students are either sorted or choose which programs. Yeah.
When we look at response rates, we look at the entire cohort that comes to us from COMIS. So we don't say we only have contact information for this many students and we're going to drop the students that we don't have contact information for. So like one population that we really aren't able to survey at all is incarcerated students that may be earning a CTE certificate. They're going to be in our data set and they'll be part of the COMIS data, but most likely we're never going to have a way to really reach them in order to get the survey administered.
Very good.
We also found that the response rates vary by the accuracy and freshness of contact information. We have a few colleges that still assign college email addresses. But again, we survey students after they stopped enrolling. We want to make sure they're not earning stackable certificates, or we want to make sure we've caught them after their ultimate, at least for this go round, their ultimate goal in the colleges. So they pretty much don't respond to college email after they leave. So contact information is critical. And as Emil mentioned, it's difficult to reach students in prisons.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One, well, first of all, picking back on Vice Chair Grande's comment about reaching down to K-12, since you're doing the survey anyway, if maybe throwing in a couple of questions on around high school experience with CTE, anything of that, it would really be great. So just consideration. And then if there's ways that we can try to match up databases or something, it would really be helpful for our work, the work of this committee as well. And then I had a specific question on the slide around the attaining jobs that were very close or closely related to their field of study. There was still, I was surprised that there was still 28% that was not close. It's not surprising that the wage is lower, but any other information about why they would take a position or a job not close to their study area?
I can think of a few stories I've heard, like there's people come and they take accounting, bookkeeping, so that they can go into business for themselves, right? So we see the top code of accounting and think, oh, they're on their way to become an accountant. And in reality, they're just grabbing that skill for, as into their toolkit for a different job, right? And then I think we do have a number of students at community colleges who are probably already in the workforce and are taking classes for enrichment or fun. And so it may not be directly related to their, like welding. That can definitely be a career, but it can also be a class that people take because they're interested in learning how to weld for fun. Okay. So we have that population of students as well.
Interesting. Okay. Any other?
And we will take, thank you for that feedback about trying to reach down to K-12. We have an advisory board that vets all new questions, and we will try to do that. In fact, if there's somebody we can work with suggested questions, we'd be happy to do that as well.
I'm glad you said that, because I was also going to make a pitch for looking at questions for K-12 students, because one of the things we also know is as students are moving through high school and making the transition out of high school into the decision about entering the workforce or continuing their education, they're also changing their mind about the career field that they may enter. And so what may be of interest as you look at that transition, those students may end up being in programs or having completed CTE programs that are no longer related to what their career interest is. I think the other point that was made, and again, having read the RIOA plan draft, the other issue that is related here is that sometimes when you look at the regional or local needs, the workforce or the workforce demands in the community where students live may not match up with their career goals, and many students find that they have to move or leave. Does your survey ask students if they relocated to get the job or to obtain the job that they are currently hold?
We don't ask that specifically, but we do ask the zip code of employment. We don't want the survey to be so long that it's cumbersome for students to take. So then we can do a zip code analysis to see where they took their courses and where they end up working to know whether they relocated.
Okay.
We wouldn't know why they relocated, but we know if they did.
Well, that would be interesting if you did that with teachers, because I, live in one zip code and I work in a different one. That's kind of going to be an interesting information anyway. All right, thank you.
Sure. And just to clarify, we do it the zip code of where they took their classes versus where they're working. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful report. Really appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to ask for any public comments on this item. No public comments? Okay, very good. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, if you could come up, please. Oh.
Hayden Springer with the Foundation for California Community Colleges. Just a quick question. As we all know, the QCW does not include an occupational code, so it is very difficult to understand what specific occupation that someone's working in. So I was just very curious, what's the alternative that we're matching to see where people are landing on the Vision for Success goal of getting jobs aligned with field of study?
I'm not sure that there's something that we can answer to. So public comment is usually just comment. So I'll take that as that you're throwing it out there as a comment. And I don't know if we want to maybe.
Apologies. The question for the group is that something that this group would be pushing for as we try to increase exposure to what it really looks like to be aligned with field of study?
Yeah, I'm not sure that that it's necessarily in our charge, and certainly in some conversations with them and some suggestions for the survey itself. I guess it would be community colleges that has charged this group with developing the survey. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and as far as maybe some additional questions that might help support the work of this group, I would just direct our presenters maybe to Patricia DeCoste or to Shani. Okay, Shani. All right. Okay, thank you. Any other comments from our group here? Right, we are on time. So we are going to take a 15-minute break at this point, and the committee will get some lunch and take a break, and we will convene again at 12:30. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene to item 3 on our agenda, the update on the California's draft Unified Strategic Workforce Development Plan for 2020-2023. And I'd like to welcome Tim Rainey, Executive Director of the California Workforce Development Board, who will share with the committee an update on the California's WIOA state plan. And okay. Very good.
Hi. Members, good afternoon. I'm really sorry to interrupt your lunch.
Oh, please. It's a working lunch. We're sorry to be eating and chewing in front of you.
No problem at all. I'll make it as uninteresting as possible so you can focus on your food. I have several slides to go through. I'll try to move quickly because I think there might be questions, but I wanted to start with that Alma Salazar is the coolest, smartest person in the world. And she also, yes, thank you. And she...
For the record, I may have slipped on my 20.
Alma is on the State Workforce Development Board's executive committee and has been there, I think, since I started at the State Workforce Development Board. A whopping, has it been 8 years, give or take, something like that? Okay, you came in a little after I did, but it was the first cohort of state board members to serve under Jerry Brown and now into the new administration under Governor Newsom. I think it's been 3 years since I last came to talk at this podium, and a lot has happened in the last 3 years. We have a new state strategic plan that I want to talk briefly about, but also to say we have, maybe I should start with a little tiny bit about what the State Workforce Development Board is, just for context. We are a state body of business, organized labor, and community-based organizations that are all appointed by the governor, Governor Newsom. It's a 51% business requirement in federal law. In state law, it's a 15% labor representative requirement. And community-based organizations serve on there as well, although we don't have necessarily a strict percentage on CBOs, but we have quite a few on the board to make sure we get that voice in our deliberations and our policy setting. There are also legislators on the State Workforce Board, 2 from the Assembly and 2 from the Senate, that are appointed by leadership, and then, of course, our state partners. So all of the core partners in the Workforce Development Program that we need to co-plan with and create a vision together with are also represented on the state plan. I'd say that we have, at the State Workforce Development Board, with all of our partners, I think pioneered in California a regional approach to workforce development. And it's gratifying to see the progress that's made listening to the presentations here with a strong workforce program at the community college level that we were very involved with, but also now at the K-12 level, and seeing programs better align with where the jobs are. Because at the end of the day, most of us are really concerned and interested in people not just getting jobs and employment, but getting good jobs that are careers that can support not just them and their families, but communities. So we have a high road lens that we look at this through that I want to talk a little bit about because it gets to the essence of job quality. And not just any job is a good job, but jobs that really support people. The reality we start with, and it's a priority of ours, and I know it is of yours, and it is with most of our workforce partners, is that programs need to be delivered locally closest to the people who need services. And this is explicit in the state strategic plan, and it's in everything we do and how we look at the workforce world. But those programs need to first align so they're navigable. So it's not confusing for a job seeker who's looking for employment services or training or education to understand the different components and make his or her way through the different components of what can be a very complex workforce system. So we focus on that alignment piece, but also that those programs are connecting people to jobs in industry sectors that are driving regional employment. And again, not just any jobs, but good quality jobs that support people. And I can talk about what quality means later. It's something I think myself and Ms. Rucker really value, elements of a quality job. The governor's state strategic plan is what I came to talk about 3 years ago. The federal law requires a new strategic plan every 4 years. Ours is in draft form. It's going to close for public comment on Monday. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the state strategic plan, but I'm going to focus a little bit more, not on the details of what's inside the plan, because it's this thick, but rather on kind of the big vision and the policy objectives. I am going to take a bit of a risk because it's Friday, and because my daughter thought this was interesting in the car on the way over. But it also, I think it, and she's so smart that whatever she says just makes total sense to me. In order to set the context, it helps me to think this through a little bit, and I thought it might be important to share to you on how the workforce development system evolved. Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act is a federally funded program. It's a federally driven program. And the Title I piece of it, which I spend most of my life thinking about and helping to develop policy for, it has a unique relationship between the federal government and local government. The state largely serves as a pass-through for funding. We do take some funds for state operations and to push kind of demonstration grants that can change the system. But the 85% of the dollars are formula allocated to 45 local workforce development boards around the state. I'll just run through this is going to be very quick. And if you don't think it's interesting, I'll tell my daughter. This policy or the federal job training has its origins in the New Deal. I think many people understand that with unemployment insurance and public works. In fact, Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1935, one of his first professional jobs before he was elected to Congress was to run the National Youth Administration in the state of Texas, which was connected to the WPA. So that was an early precursor to what we're seeing today on the ground with youth programs and adult training programs. In 1962, the Manpower Demonstration Training Act was passed, MDTA. That was under John F. Kennedy. And it created a system that was focused on retraining workers who were displaced by technology. In case anybody thought this future of work stuff was new, this is something we've been dealing with. We have a system built around it that has lasted for quite a while. The MDTA was formula allocated for the first time, formula allocated funding directly to local communities in 1962. That formula is based on population and poverty in local areas in every state of the country. And the focus was on training, largely on training, almost exclusively on classroom training and on-the-job training for low-income people and people on welfare. In 1973, the Comprehensive Employment Training Act, CETA, was passed by President Nixon. We hear a lot about President Nixon today, but I'm not going to go into that. More local control was established, not less, more local control. This might be important for later. It set up these things called prime sponsors. So cities and counties and consortia of local governments became the recipients, not just service providers and programs under CETA, but government became the recipient of the funds that then turned around and funded service providers around a local community. But it still is a very direct relationship between Congress and local government. It created these things called private industry councils for the first time. It put labor and business together on a board along with community organizations to develop policy. So you can see this is evolving into what we see today. It had this thing called public sector employment. 70% of the monies were invested locally in public sector employment. It put to work in government nearly 1 million people at the time, which was a substantial number of folks. In the next iteration of the law, the Joint Training Partnership Act, JTPA, under Ronald Reagan in 1982, got rid of PSE because it was concerned that governments were using the dollars not just to put people to work, but also to help friends out. And I think that did happen in a couple of parts of the country. I remember reading reviews of this, but it was really throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and we've lost something valuable in the workforce system, the ability for local government to put people to work to help get them out of poverty. It's something we're actually looking at again today, using different sources of funds. In 1998, when I started in the workforce development system, seems like a long time ago now, 1998, Workforce Investment Act was passed, was signed by Bill Clinton. It was a time of welfare reform and work first. And fast placement into jobs became the priority, not job training, not long-term education, not development of skills over time. And what we see now is, we think, a walking back of what was the best approach to people, especially who are low income and had significant barriers to employment, that investment in long-term training and skills building. And as we see in the economy today, as there's a lot of volatility and people are bounced out of the labor market and have to find their way back in, this need for job training is more important today than it probably ever has been, in addition to the changes in technology that we hear about with future work. The Workforce Investment Act established this thing called the One-Stop Career Center for the first time. It was actually pioneered in California under the previous iteration of the law. One-Stop became part of the new federal law, and that took all of the federal programs and put them under one roof to make the programs more navigable to people looking for jobs. You can go into a center and you can get access to whatever you're eligible for, and then hopefully get access to a job. The problem with that was it de-emphasized and deprioritized training services big time. Instead, those dollars went into the infrastructure of the one-stop career system. In California now, there are about 200 of those centers around the state. It's very expensive. The intent of Congress was that all of the different partners that are part of the workforce system that come together, for example, in the state plan, would share the cost of the one-stop career system. So it's not on the just on the we owe a Title I dollar. Unfortunately, that kind of cost sharing hasn't gotten to the level that would allow for more money to be invested in training through we owe Title I. In California, training services through local workforce development boards, that's what they're called now. They were workforce investment boards under the Workforce Investment Act. Training investments dropped statewide to 10% of the funding. So it went from 70% early on to now 10%. Some local workforce development boards still today are struggling to spend money on training services. In 2014, President Obama, who I miss, is that on TV? I'm not on TV. Workforce development boards changed to workforce investment boards, rather, changed to workforce development boards. A huge difference, not really. One-stops changed to America's Job Centers, very much the same entities, just a different name. Regionalism, however, became the priority under the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. In fact, the State Workforce Development Board, when I took over with ALMA, was just before WIOA was passed, signed by President Obama. And we decided that the right approach to workforce development, to get that kind of alignment among programs and navigability and that connection to where the best jobs are, we had to approach it from a regional standpoint and organize both the demand side businesses and the workforce system together regionally, because businesses and industry sectors don't exist within political jurisdictions. They tend to organize and exist within regional boundaries. So we, in California, created 14 regional planning units for the purpose of regional planning. And that is something that's very much connected to the Strong Workforce Program that I think you've heard about. The boundaries are almost the same. The planning goes on in a very collaborative way in each part of the state. And we think it's working, although we think there needs to be more emphasis on the regional stuff. The Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act also re-emphasized training, although it didn't, and industry sector work, although it didn't change the nature of the one-stop or the AJC, so much of the dollars are still supporting that infrastructure in the state. So it's, as I said, it's still hard to invest dollars in training. We also have common performance across the workforce. There are elements of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act that we think really helps us build a good system. And it's our state strategic plan, I think, is a great representation of the intent of President Obama and Congress when WIOA was passed and was signed. So that's my little walk down memory lane. Was that all right? All right, I'll tell my daughter. Cool. Now I have to move really fast because I burned up so much time. The State Workforce Development Board, as I said, is charged with developing on the governor's behalf the state strategic plan. And it's not just for the WIOA Title I component of the system. In fact, it's not even just for WIOA in the 4 titles in WIOA, but the charge in state statute and in federal statute to some extent is to look at the entire workforce development system and do the work through vision and strategies to align the system to get greater impact, but also move the needle in significantly for people who are living in poverty, who've been locked out of prosperity for generations sometimes, who are low income, who have multiple barriers to employment. So the strategic vision is all about making sure we're connecting people who most need good jobs to where the good jobs are. The 4 titles of WIOA, I think you guys know this. These are the core program partners are the Title I, Title II, 3, and 4. The Title I is about $400 million. That's as I said, I'm making most policy over myself and my colleagues, Alma especially, who tells me what to do. It's about $400 million annually. It seems like a lot of money, but it's really not. And as I said, the state is really a pass-through. Some stays in Sacramento. Most of it, 85% goes down to local workforce boards. Title II, Department of Education, is roughly, and somebody behind me will certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in the neighborhood of $90 million a year. You got the numbers. Now I've got specific numbers, which is really good to actually be accurate when you're speaking in front of important people. So Title II is $103 million a year. The Title III that goes to the Employment Development Department is $77 million, almost $78 million a year. And Title IV through the Department of Rehabilitation is almost $313 million a year. And as I said, it sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But if you include the CTE programs that we've talked about today through the Chancellor's Office and the Department of Education, and if you include investments through the Department of Corrections for pre-release and post-release training services and employment services, if you throw in there the Employment Training Panel, if you put in there the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, and if you put in there a couple other things that I didn't list, so I can't remember, it does amount to about $6 billion of investment annually. And again, the challenge of this $6 billion isn't that it's not enough money, although I would argue that it is not enough money. We could talk about that. But it's not aligned. It's not aligned on the ground in programs in a way that people can easily navigate and get access to the services they need and they're eligible for and get connected to the best jobs. So a lot of our focus is not working in silos and not planning in silos, but planning as a system and figuring out ways to better integrate these programs for the benefit of the people who most need good jobs. Where I think we struggle is on that demand side and organizing the companies regionally inside sectors so we can create pathways directly from the programs where we serve people to the best jobs. And we've done a lot of great work around the state that we should always be talking about, but we need to do a lot more. We need to focus, point to the good stuff and replicate it around California. As I said, the state plan is due every 4 years from the State Workforce Development Department to the U.S. Department of Labor. We developed the state plan with our partners. We submit it to the Secretary of the Labor and Workforce Development Agency in Sacramento. The Secretary reviews it, and then we all make a recommendation to the governor for signature. So as I said, it's been out for public comment, I think, for 30 days, right? It's been out for 30 days. The deadline is Monday. So we're compiling all that public comment, and we'll make some changes in the current version of the state plan. It'll go to final, and it'll go to the State Workforce Board at our March board meeting, and we'll review it, and we'll make a recommendation to the Secretary, and the Secretary will review it and make a recommendation to the governor. And then it's off to the federal government, who will say, what a wonderful plan, and they'll send it back to us 6 or 7 other times to make additional changes. That's our life. You do. A little bit on the state plan vision, a little more on the state plan vision, if I can. I want to get to the high road stuff last, but I think want to talk about the 3 policy objectives in the state and the 7 state plan strategies. So this will, anybody who read the last strategic plan, this will look very familiar because it really has stayed largely the same. We think it works, so we kept it. The high road piece of it is new, and I'll talk about that in a second. So fostering demand-driven skills attainment, which is aligning workforce programs, as I said, with industry sector needs, so there's a direct connection. We're not just training and praying, giving people employment services and training and pushing them out in labor markets in hopes that they actually, that's Obama's term, train and pray, hope that they connect to labor markets in a meaningful way. We have to be really deliberate about making sure the programs reflect what's in demand in regional labor markets. Fostering upward mobility for all Californians, and that means making sure programs are accessible for all Californians, especially those who most need good jobs, who have significant barriers to employment. And a big part of that is that alignment piece that I mentioned. All of our programs, I think, across the board have a good focus on people with barriers to employment. What we have trouble doing, and that we're making significant progress on, is that alignment, so that people who are eligible for multiple programs don't have to go to 3 or 4 different places to get those services. Or worse, go to one place and get referred someplace else, and then have to start all over again and fill out the same forms and do the same eligibility work and lose precious time. So that integration is critical for upward mobility. And then aligning, coordinating, and integrating programs and services, which is really the same concept, so I won't go into that. The state plan strategies, we've got 7. Again, this is in the previous plan. It's built into the new strategic plan. Sector strategies, aligning programs with industry sectors. This is a priority in the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. It's been our priority for a long time. Career pathways, as I said, connecting programs to where the jobs are, but also creating progressive skills development through multiple entry points and exit points. And again, that requires a great deal of alignment among our systems. Regional partnerships, building partnerships with industry sectors, including organized labor, to make sure that workforce programs are aligned and connect to quality jobs. Earn and learn, I heard something about that today earlier, utilizing work-based learning, paid internships, but especially apprenticeship programs. formal apprenticeship programs. And there's a big push right now for apprenticeship in the state. The governor made a commitment to 500,000 apprentices in 10 years by 2029. So we're fast working at building apprenticeship, not just in the building trades where they're well established, but in industry sectors that are non-traditional: healthcare, manufacturing, public sector, preferably, because we think we can do a lot of good there. So to get to 500,000 apprentices would mean that one in every 36 workers in the state of California would be an apprentice. So it's quite an ambitious goal, and we're working on that. Supportive services workers from disadvantaged communities, they don't have the wherewithal to pursue quality training. We all know this. We have to have generous wraparound services, supportive services that allow people to succeed in complete training. This is a focus of the state plan for childcare, transportation, and counseling, et cetera. Creating cross-system data capacity, and I heard a question about that earlier. The old mantra is you get what you measure. If we measure things separately, we're going to get a siloed system. If we figure out how to do measuring and sharing data across programs on the front end, we're going to go a long ways to creating an integrated system. But we've also got to do that on the back end, comparing data across systems so we understand the relative impact of each of our interventions. So we've got the data to make changes, and we're doing that with a project called CalSkills. And then finally, integrated service delivery, coordinating and aligning program services, as I talked about. So going back to the high road piece, as I said, this is the new overlay. Secretary Sue and Governor Newsom have talked a lot about high road. I think the words have been out there quite a bit lately. It's a term of art, and it means certain things, and I want to just briefly touch on it, but we could talk more about it if you like. It is 4 components that I have somewhere in my notes. The first is job quality, and this is turning the workforce system on its head. Workforce development programs have historically started with programs, and you give people what you think is necessary to be competitive in crowded labor markets, and then you send them out and you do the train and pray thing. You hope they connect to jobs. The high road approach is to start with the best jobs. So we look in a community and we look in a region and we identify those industry sectors that are driving employment, but the companies within those sectors that are providing the best quality jobs, that they're doing right by workers. They're providing not just good wages, but benefits, family benefits, good scheduling that's predictable. All the things that go into a quality job, they're there. And we have lots of companies in California that do that. I think we spend too little time making sure that our programs are connected to the best employers. There's a tendency to think that any job is a good job when somebody's unemployed, but putting somebody who has lots of barriers to employment into dead-end jobs where they just cycle in and out of the labor market is not doing them any good. In fact, I think it's the absolute wrong way to go. So job quality. The second one is worker voice. So having workers at the table in the design and the implementation of training, especially when you're talking about incumbent workers, people who are already employed, is really important, especially now given the fast-paced change in technology. If workers are part of the solution because they're closest to the work and they know a lot about what's working and what's not working, if they're part of the solutions, the planning, the identification of the problems and part of the solutions, you're going to get better retention, you're going to keep quality skills in your company, and it's beneficial across the board. So worker voice is a big piece of the high road strategy. Equity. This is core. Workforce programs, I think, do a great job on equity. If the focus is on removing barriers to people who most need good jobs. I think our workforce programs do a great deal of good on that score. But equity is not finished until you connect somebody to a good job. So like I said before, just removing barriers and letting people sort of fend for themselves in crowded labor markets is not going to get you equity, because it's not going to get the job outcome that leads to a career and changing in people's lives and changing of communities. So again, that connection to the best jobs is core to the high road strategy and vision. And then the final one is environmental sustainability. So focusing our dollars and our workforce systems on companies that are most impacted by climate, but also communities that are most impacted by climate. Okay, I think that is it, except for the timeline. As I said, Monday is the deadline for the public comment period, although Patricia and I are going to sit down and talk some more after that. And then February 6th, the state plan committee that's been developing the state plan itself, what I've been talking about, will meet again. On March 4th, we have our executive committee, the State Workforce Board. It's the first time they're going to see the state plan, do the review, and make a recommendation. It'll go to our full board meeting, which is on the 17th of March. Before that, on the 11th, we'll go to the State Board of Education and talk, just like I'm doing now, about what's the content of the plan, but really focused on the vision stuff. And then finally, on the 31st of March, we're going to submit it to the U.S. Department of Labor and then enjoy several months of back and forth with them, which will be very frustrating. That's it.
Very good. Thank you so much, Tim. Questions from the Member Rucker?
Well, first of all, Tim, I want to thank you for coming today and making this presentation. I really was looking forward to what it is you were going to share. And I want you to thank your daughter for me personally about the retrospective you offered. I think that in reading your draft, one of the statements that struck me most and that has remained with me even as I sat here listening to you today was a discussion about the dignity of work. And in listening to the criteria that you explained about what it means to create this dimension or this state policy on the high road, we have to recognize that across all of the industry sectors that do define California's workforce, and in the data that you provided in the first section of the report, looking at what our workforce looks like, the point was made earlier by Board Member Ortiz-Licon that we have kids who get out of school and they are actually pushed into dead-end jobs. By the criteria that you use to define what the high road is, in what ways can this plan turn around even some of those jobs so that they stop being dead-end and they actually create a dignity of work for students who go into those professions and go into those jobs so that employers improve the quality of the work and the work experience in those areas as well?
That's a great question. I think in two ways. The first is $6 billion does sound like a lot of money for us in the workforce system, but compared to the size of California's economy, it's not very much money. Mm-hmm. So I think it behooves us to be really careful about how we spend the people's money. And if we don't focus those dollars on the best quality jobs, as I said, we're doing a disservice to the people who most need good jobs. So I think organizing the workforce system and its investment in a way that targets the best companies that do right by workers, that provide the best quality jobs, is an economic development agenda in a way, because it's subsidizing the best companies. It's giving them a leg up in competitive markets. And the more we do that, the more we grow those companies and create jobs there. I think it also has the effect of not subsidizing the low-road companies, because the more we just send people out in labor markets to fend for themselves, I think it has the effect of subsidizing companies that provide jobs that don't even pay a living wage, where people are still on assistance. So it costs us more in the long term. Not only is it immoral, but it costs the taxpayers more money in the long term. So I think that's one way, subsidizing the high road and not subsidizing the low road. The second way is through the industry sector approach. And we've seen this happen in different sectors in California, but also across the country. If you are working with employers on workforce development strategies and programs that are sector-based, multiple employers, and you have workers that work in those companies at the table co-designing that, you're going to improve pathways inside those companies and mobility among them, but you're also going to create opportunities for new entrants at the front end. So we call that upskilling and backfilling, and that really does work. And the more that companies see that as part of their competitive advantage to be part of those things, then hopefully we can change the way that companies recruit and train, but also how they treat their workers. So we want to hold up the high road as a way to do business in California, so more companies see that they can be competitive and they can be profitable if they invest in their workforce and treat their workers as an investment and not just a cost to be reduced. So that's the high road agenda. And we do think it is an economic development agenda. We think it does grow our companies and our economy. Yeah.
Any other questions for Tim? I have a couple. You're not yet. So I have a couple of questions related to the high road that you're describing, and maybe specifically to the environmental sustainability piece of it. And this does relate to the question that Member Rucker had. I'm trying to figure out how to frame this. So much of this, the work of your committee and this plan is to respond to regional needs and employment, et cetera. You spoke a little bit about also maybe shaping the industries that we might need to have a better world, right? So in the case of environment, how do we help to shape industries that may not necessarily be popular in certain regions, all that, but certainly necessary to help us with global warming and some of those other types of things. So is some of that work into shaping jobs of the future, not just reacting to jobs of the future?
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing a lot as a state, more than any other state, more than many countries, in reducing greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. California's been a leader on this. We all know that. What it's requiring is that companies, in many cases, retool. They have to buy new equipment. They have to change work processes. They have to do a lot of things in various sectors to reduce their emissions. And these requirements are in state law, and they're pushed by the Air Resources Board. What that's doing is requiring also retraining workers. And there are two things that go on there. One is, as companies make the transition, we also have to transition the workforce. So we have to invest in workers who are already in the workforce. The vast majority of people in the state are working today. So we have to retool, retrain those workers as those companies make the transition. Because it's not about green jobs, right? We all know that it's a big economic transition. The other thing that we really look at is some workers potentially being displaced by the changes in technology, but also the requirements and the imperatives of dealing with climate change. And we've got to look at ways to retrain workers to get not just new jobs, but to get jobs that'll replace their income, which is a really tough thing to do. So that requires economic development investments in other places that are clean and green. So it's both transitioning workers inside companies and inside sectors as we help those companies transition, but also working with people, with workers who may potentially be displaced, but understanding that in advance too, so we can both try to avoid layoffs, but also catch people early on and retrain them so they can get into good quality jobs in other parts of the sector or other sectors altogether. We have an industry project right now that I think is really instructive at the Port of Los Angeles. And the port is moving toward automation, but also, I mean, a big part of that is reducing the release of carbon into the atmosphere that the port creates all over the place. But on the port, the largest pier at the port, Pier 400, a lot of that equipment is going to be automated, and it's in the process of being automated. So the longshore workers there are very concerned about their future jobs. So this is both a future of work issue, but it's also about California's ability to reduce carbon that's going into the atmosphere. So we're engaging in a labor management partnership, a high road partnership, where they sit down together and they plan what work is going to look like at Pier 400 long game. So workers are part of the solution, the problem, but also the solutions and the implementation. And what they're going to probably end up doing is a lot of folks are going to shift to doing maintenance, becoming mechanics on that new automated equipment. So you take that example and you apply it to any sector in the state that's going through this kind of transition, and you apply those high road principles that I just laid out, then I think we're going to do a lot of good, not just by the economy and by the companies, but also by the workers who are most impacted.
And then, I'm sorry, I just had a couple. And then I noted that I did go take a sneak peek at the plan, and because it was linked to a link, and it actually mentions this body here, and it was fairly vague, but it was about we connecting and working with this body. And 3 years ago, when you came and presented, we really didn't quite exist, didn't know where we were going, and now we're a little bit more firm. We're working on our Perkins plan. How do you see us partnering with you moving forward? And maybe how even the strategy areas there that we can work together so that we don't have you come in 3 years from now, but more often.
Oh, I was going to say I'd be glad to come back in 3 years, but more often is much better. We've been working with your staff, and we've committed to continuing to work with you around the development of the Perkins plan and the implementation of the Perkins plan, so that it's integrated with everything else that we're doing. So you are a big part of the state strategic plan, and we, as I said, commit to continuing to work with this committee and with your staff. Is there anything else you want to say about that? Yeah.
It was just, that was my question, because I'm like, State Board of Education. I'm like, we are the State Board of Education. Why is this plan coming to us? Because I also was a little at loss. Like, I know theoretically we're supposed to align all of the state plans, but I just hadn't really heard of how that was happening. So I was surprised to see that you're coming before the State Board in March to present the WIOA plan.
Oh, yeah. I've been saved.
I would.
It did happen. He actually presented the original WIOA state plan, unified state plan, in January of 2016. So he did present that, and it was approved by the state board. Yeah.
So, Member Ortiz-Lacombe, let me add that since this is an update to the WIOA plan, because Title II, which is the adult education, is run by the Department of Education, we have to bring that to you in terms of for your approval, because you're approving a federal program, but that is run within this Department of Education. That's why you see it on the March agenda.
And I will also add, there have been probably several of us who obviously see the entire workforce continuum, right, cradle to career, and it doesn't necessarily stop at community colleges. That these are all interdependent pieces of the puzzle. And when we talk about how the state is looking holistically and strategically about how we serve all Californians, but particularly our underserved Californians who've had limited access to economic and social mobility, these are all integral pieces of the puzzle, and there should be direct alignment between all of these systems.
And you're our through line. You are absolutely our through line.
One of them for sure.
Marissa wanted to add something.
I just want to jump in. Sorry, Marissa Clark. I work for Tim. But in developing the state plan, one of the things we are looking at to try and bridge the workforce and education systems, because that's one of our tasks, is as we develop these visions, these policy objectives, and these strategies, how do we make sure we're not just putting them out for Title I and being like, everyone, try your best. So we tried to use them as much as possible to shape our conversations with our partners. And we established partnership agreements with a wide variety of state entities, from education to social services to voc rehabilitation. And when we had these discussions, we used those same objectives and strategies as the base to say, what can we do together and where does it fall in the same strategy? So as much as possible, we're rowing in that same direction. So as you see those objectives and strategies, those led all the conversations we've been having with all of our partners.
Okay, so I'm one of those folks who always tries to look at what is the big picture. And when we think about the federal plans that we on the state board are always tasked to look at, ESSA, Perkins 5, and WIOA, for me, the through line really is about the pipeline. We need to understand that when we talk about California's workforce, the pipeline started in kindergarten and is served by the work that we're attempting to do to improve our schools and what we outline in the ESSA state plan for supporting public education in California. And Perkins 5 is a part of that work. That's a subset of the students that we're focusing on, and then WIOA picks them up from there. But I think one of the things that we have to constantly have a conversation about, and that often is not as well laid out, is one of the foundational elements for that pipeline is the workforce of folks who are going to be part of that infrastructure. Whether it's at the community colleges, having well-qualified trainers and educators, or people at the work sites who are going to participate in these projects, it's important for them to be appropriately and adequately licensed and trained and available. And we need to recognize that there is a shortage that is going to create a critical obstacle, whether we're talking about at the WIOA level when we're looking at community college and other training programs, at the Perkins 5 level when we're thinking about the CTE programs that are going to be funded, and in K-12 where there are already not only hard to staff schools but high need shortage areas. So we do need to take the opportunity to look at what it means for that particular foundational element to make sure that we are staffing these programs and providing access not just to those high road jobs, but access to those well-qualified trainers for those positions and that work. That's something that is absent, frankly, in all three of the plans, primarily because that's not what the plan is intended to fund, but the success of either one of those plans relies on that part of the workforce also. And I find it ironic in making that point that the trainers and the educators who are foundational to those plans, that profession really doesn't meet your definition of high road at this point in time. So I think that's something that we need to think about as well. The other point that I want to make is there is an opportunity here for us also to think again about our information management systems and the infrastructure we have for our data systems. We have an opportunity again to talk about not only what that looks like, but what are the statewide data sources that we use to inform the plan. There is an impressive amount of statistics that you all put together at the in that plan that I was just fascinated to read through, and I just keep saying, well, how come I can't have this information in other ways? I still think we need to look at the silos on how we manage and share and hold on to data, and look at ways not only as we unify the layers of this pipeline that I just tried to give you a visual model for, but how do we unify the ways that we look at and talk about data as a community charged with the responsibility for implementing these plans and monitoring their work.
Excellent points. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
About teachers not as a profession not meeting that high road definition. I just want to make sure I say that again.
All right, any other comments, questions? Yes, go ahead.
I just had a flashback from my youth. The summer youth job programs fall under WIOA Title I?
Yes.
So hi, I'm one of your recipients. Yeah. You know, I was looking at this and I'm like, I worked at 14. How was I able to work at 14? And so that was my first job, was through the summer youth job programs. And so, you know, we didn't have a curriculum, but I learned foundational skills. I learned how to make money and how to budget and how to cash my check, try to figure out where to go and get this check cashed. And I just think that even though we, you know, at that point it was disconnected from the school, it seemed, because it was like an internship at a clinic, I gained so many skills that one summer of being employed. And of course, to my parents, it was a godsend because having, you know, making my own little money took the burden from them. So I am so happy to hear that now I'm part of it at another level.
You are now a talking point for me, too.
Now I'm a talking point. Head Start, you have a talking point here. Title I, you have a talking. Yes, I benefited from many of the federal programs.
That's fantastic. That's really great. Yeah, Alma's an expert on youth programs, and I wouldn't even try to. Yeah.
I'm so glad you are, by the way. Tim, I just was curious if you could share with the committee a little bit about the reorganization happening within the division and how that will help further the vision for the state WIOA plan.
Yeah, so in the governor's budget was presented a new workforce development department at the state level. And it proposes to take workforce development entities that are inside the Labor and Workforce Development Agency and combine those into one workforce development agency. One of the things we really push I talked a lot about it here, what we push around the state is that local programs break down silos and better integrate. And we heard back from local programs, but you guys tie all these strings to the funding, and it makes it really hard to integrate those funding streams. What you guys do in Sacramento, you put your own requirements on it, your own regulations on it. That's after the federal government, as a federal program, lays all of its requirements on it. So by the time it gets to the local level, it's really hard to take that apart in order for the services to be integrated in a way that really benefits the people looking for jobs. So I think in a big part, although it's not the whole system, we're taking that on in Sacramento. So the Employment Development Department has within it a large workforce development part. It's called the Workforce Services Branch. So that will come out of EDD, and EDD is really focused on benefits and taxation, and it's not really a workforce development entity necessarily. Its focus is on these other things. So that comes out into a new workforce development department where the focus is completely on workforce development. The Department of Industrial Relations has the Division of Apprenticeship Standards. And DIR is really a labor law and employment law enforcement entity. It's not a workforce development entity, although apprenticeship is a workforce development system. So that comes out of DIR into the new department. And the Workforce Development Board will go whole cloth into the new department, and the Employment Training Panel will go whole cloth into the new department. So in the budget, the governor named it Better Jobs and Higher Wages Department. And we're going to stand it up officially on July 1. I can't believe the timeline that we got this done under. When we sat down with Secretary Sue soon after she was appointed, she said, I want to do something big. What do we do? Well, looking back, I'm like, why the hell did I do this? But now we're at this point where it's been announced in the budget, and it'll be stood up, as I said, on July 1 officially, new department.
All right, thank you. And I'm so glad to hear that Member Felisa Ortiz-Lacone was part of the youth program. My youth program is called the Immigrant Family Business. And so I got my apprenticeship really early as part of that. So thank you, Tim, for coming and presenting on this. And we look forward to seeing you more often and maybe providing us more context of the governor's initiatives, so that we have a larger context for what you're doing as we're doing our work as well.
Sounds great. Yeah.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
I would like to just ask if Tim could give us a few seconds to explain the Future Work Initiative.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, if you could just give us
Sure.
just a tasting of it.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Well, as you know, the governor named Future Work Commission and appointed members to the commission, and it's a cross-section, and some were actually appointed by the legislature, a cross-section of business, organized labor, community organizations, academics, and it's been meeting monthly. Gosh, I can't even remember now when the first meeting was, but I think they're into their 5th meeting now. Somebody should probably correct me, yeah, give or take. A lot of the work has been level setting on future of work, understanding not just where the jobs will be, but really understanding how do we build an economy that's high road in the long term? How do we make sure that the jobs of the future are quality jobs that actually can support a high road economy? So a lot of the work has been level setting among the members and understanding what that means. So there have been a lot of presentations from academics, workforce people, community folks, people who are experts in specific industries like trucking and transportation, logistics, and healthcare, and really helping the board or the commission understand what it means to get from here to there. Because their premise is that the future, what the economy looks like and what labor markets look like, what markets look like, is not inevitable. Left to its own devices, yeah, we could have the same labor market problems in our future that we do today if we're not deliberate about making those changes. So if we want to see an economy that's high road, that supports companies and workers the way I've described, we have to make choices today, because what we do today defines the future. And that's what the commission is really focused on. So it'll come out with recommendations. It's got 2 more meetings, I think, scheduled. The last one is in Sacramento. They're doing Stockton and then Sacramento. And then the recommendations will be pulled together, and those will become either implemented through statute or through administration actions or administrative actions or other ways. It depends on what comes out from the commission ultimately.
Thank you. I'm so glad you were able to give us a description of that, because that's kind of what I was getting at, is like, what are we doing to shape the future workforce? So, yeah, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much, Tim. And I will take any public comments at this point. Any public comments on the last item? All right, seeing none. Yay, we're still on time. So we are going to take about a 10-15-minute break because our next item will be fairly long for us. So take a breather, and we will come back at 1:45. 1:45. We are at 1:45, so we're going to call the meeting back to order, and we are on item 4. The Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act review and approval of the draft federal Perkins 5 state plan. And now that we are back from, we're back from our break, I'd like to welcome Pradeep Kodamaraju from the Department of Education and Jennifer Zofel from West Ed, who will share with the committee an update on the federal Perkins 5 state plan. Okay. Dr.
Good afternoon, Chair San, Vice Chair Grande, and members. My name is Pradeep Kodamaraju. I'm the director of the Korean College Transition Division, and with me is Jennifer Zofel from the West Ed Comprehensive Center. She will be facilitating the conversation when you have questions, as we've done in the past, so that it smoothly flows through strand to strand. We are meeting roughly after 2 months, and things have taken place between that, primarily the public comment portion, and we'll spend time on that. So let me quickly run through what the presentation overview would be. We had the timeline starting from the last meeting, which was on the 25th of November to April 15, 2020, when we are the last date for submitting the draft Perkins 5 state plan. I'll just, for brevity, call it the plan as we go through, but keep in mind that this is the draft Perkins 5 state plan, and there is a larger California State CTE plan that we are contemplating as we move forward. The process that we'll talk about here is essentially talking about the process of public comment and how we responded to that public comment, and we will go through then we'll go through the strands and talk about the brief content overview and not go into the kind of detail that we went through last time, but talk about significant type of changes that were in the plan. One, basically as a response to the public comments that came in, but also as a response from yourself from the last meeting, from the State Board of Education, and also from the joint management team that has been working on this plan, and comments that and the idea and the input we've received from them. As I said, we'll have a facilitated discussion, and then we'll open it up for general questions for you, and then have the public comment. The intent here is, of course, for you to approve this draft, to move it forward to the State Board of Education. And just on the next page, you see is essentially the next slide. You see the timeline that's there, that we are on this meeting. Should you approve this and move this forward, we will have the State Board review that updated version of the draft plan, and then it will move forward to the governors. Here you have what in this slide. What you have is essentially the time period between the last meeting and this meeting, and talking about the public comment. This is just what I just talked about in terms of the steps that we need to go through. So just as a reminder to the members, this is essentially the strands that and prompts that we went through, and the plan is looked at. These are sort of the major areas that we will be looking at. Just by given your interest from the last meeting and the comments you made from the last meeting, I know you have an interest of knowing what the public comment process was and what was there, because that was just in terms of we hadn't done that, I said, when we talked to you last. And the other piece was the accountability portion and talking about that and how we have refined that strand to meet some of the questions that you had raised, not only at the meeting of November 25th, but also that was raised at the State Board of Education meeting. The one thing I should point about the timeline is the following, is that it is important that we consider the timeline since, and that of course is left to you, but I would recommend that if you want us to do changes, you would still have the opportunity for us to update the plan and present it to you, to the State Board of Education, and an informational item to the Board of Governors as well. So we will, but having that, because as you know, not having it submitted on April 15th would enable us to get the funding starting July 1 of 2020. So here's the steps taken so let me just move forward as I've talked about this. So just in terms of, we had the public comment period open for 32 days. The law required us to keep it open for 30 days. And so we had, and then we had a December 2019 State Board of Education memorandum that we submitted, and we also had received initial feedback from their January 8th meeting. And then in January 2020, we're basically talking to you and essentially getting the feedback for the updated version of the plan. So here's a process for updating the plan. We started with, before I go there, let me say three things. One is that in the interim period, we prepared for that SBE meeting. That gave us a lot of information about how to sort of put things together in terms of the plan. We also had to develop a public comment process, which also included an accountability webinar that we did and in that process, and then preparing for the plan for this meeting. I would also like to before I go ahead, there's lots of thanks for this, because it's not just me. It's a lot of people working through this process. So I'd like to thank first Patricia DeCoste and Pam Castleman from the State Board of Education for always helping us to fine-tune the document, and the version that you have in front of you is really a lot of work on their part to do that. I'd like to thank the Westside Comprehensive Center for helping us, particularly through the public comment process. Behind us is Svetlana Darsh, who's also helped primarily in the public comment process. My thanks also to our colleagues from the Chancellor's Office and providing additional insights and organizing a process for the California community colleges to take part in the public comment process as well. And then my thanks to the CCD staff for getting all the sort of minutia that is required to get the document ready, and things like the CD's correspondence guide and the 508 compliance in order to get the document to this stage. So let's now start and talk about the public comment process. We talked to you about at the last meeting about how this process, how we organize this process. We had 2 in-person meetings, one in Southern California, one in Northern California. We met twice, morning and afternoon, so we had 4 of them. And then we have a web-based input that was a site at the West End Comprehensive Center where people went in and submitted their comments. I'll talk in a moment how we laid that web-based input out. And in addition to that, we had an accountability public comment webinar where we went primarily through the state determined performance level chart, and we got feedback from both from the community college side as well as the school districts in terms of that particular chart. But we also talked a lot more beyond just that chart and some of the issues that arose, and you will see later on how that input has been incorporated in the accountability chapter. So once the 30-day period is over, West Ed developed a process for reviewing the feedback. And that process was essentially ended up creating 2 separate reports. In your packet, you have a summary report that you have that essentially describes how we looked at the public comments and how we sort of collated them to get them at some frequently mentioned issues that came through the process. But then we also developed a rather detailed document in terms of every individual comment that is responded to, and that's the document that's outside at the desk there. It's about a 200-page document that essentially goes through one after the other individual comment, and in places where we could identify the individual, we did identify the individual there and their affiliation, and so those who made comments and want to know how we responded to their comments, they will have a good idea of what that might be. So when we got this massive information and the public comment, we had to come up with the organizing framework. And West Ed, the Comprehensive Center, helped us come up with a document and essentially be able to go by comment and essentially assign what we should do with each of those comments in some. And so we got together on January 10th, staff from State Board of Education, the Department of Education, and the Chancellor's Office, and we met all day from about 8 o'clock to about 4 o'clock, going through all of those comments and then assigning how we should respond to those, and you'll see that in a moment. Then we had some follow-up as well, not only from our staff at CDE, but staff at Chancellor's Office, because frankly, we couldn't quite get through all of that in that time allotted, and therefore we came back and looked at and completed some of that work. So once we got all of that information together, we started working and sort of placing one, as I said, creating the summary report, but we also created this individual report, and you'll see that on the attachment 4 that you have there in front of you. And this is some demographics or some details about who responded. You can see from the slide, half of the commenters were from CTE. And several of the comments came from outside of CTE, but they were within education. Few commenters came from outside of education, and there were a few students that also responded to those comments. So, and that's the table is provided to you in that attachment. Then we looked at frequently mentioned issues that came up. And in that attachment, in the summary report, you will see a table in there which lists out some of those frequently mentioned issues, things like teacher preparation. That was a constant theme throughout all of the through public comment. Things that related to accountability came up in that. Things that related to the special populations group came up through that. Just to give you another somewhat more specific ones was looking at, for example, someone from the community college talked about a 3-year rule and wanted to know what are we going to do about that, and we had to respond to that in some. And so some of the comments are very specific because it was in their world or in their sphere when they were dealing with Perkins. Some of the comments were rather a lot of things related to what Tim was talking about. And essentially, so we had to sort of balance those two levels in some sense, and making sure that we didn't neglect one from the other, and we had to balance that. So if you look at that, we first came up with an overarching criteria in these 4 bullet points that you see in front of you. Basically, we said, do we include? Do we exclude? Do we defer to implementation for the Perkins 5 plan, or do we defer to the larger California state plan? And so that was our first frame of reference in terms of looking at those comments. But from an individual's point of view, I don't think they would have been satisfied, to be honest with you, if it said, these are the 4 and this is how we're going to do it. So we wanted to come up and be a little more granular about how we responded to individual comments. And that's on the next slide that you see, where we broke that down into several of categories where you, as you read, I won't go through all of that, but we responded to, I just gave you the top line categories, but underneath that, in attachment 4, you will see the language that we actually used to put in the table that's outside there, that this is our response to comment 352. And so we did that, and so these are the different ways that we looked at. So there is overlap between the two, to be sure, but at least in this way, I think those who wanted to see whether their individual comments were responded to, this categorization would help them see where we place those comments in the process. So I will stop here and maybe with this. So that's the overview of the public comment discussion, and I'll open it up to and Jennifer will facilitate.
Any questions on the process of public comment at this point? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and continue. And we're going to facilitate this as we have in the past through, where Jennifer will take us through each of the sections.
So I just want to go ahead and clarify, are there any questions or comments related to what we covered so far in the process of public comment? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we'll be going through each of the strands that you saw in an earlier slide and going through each of that. What you have in front of you are the prompts and sub-prompts that we addressed within the plan. And just to give you an idea of how we responded to the prompts and sub-prompts, what we did here is we looked at what has changed because of the public comment process, and what has, you will see later on, what has changed because of comments from those outside of the public comment process. So we did this in 2 ways, and so let me make some overarching comments. We went through the responses and how they were assigned, and the public comments were included in the document in 2 ways. One is several commenters wanted us to put specific edits in the document, and where we found that to be appropriate, we put that in the document. But in most cases, what we did was, rather than taking the comment and including that verbatim, we took the intent of the comment and reorganized the content in order to address the main intent of that comment. So you will see that throughout the document as you read that. So and then we also looked at the comments you made from last time. We also looked at comments that came from other sources, and we then went through each of the prompts. We'll go through each of the prompts, keeping that frame in mind as we go through. And in the presentation, we make the distinction between the two, where we got information from the commenters and where we got information from other sources.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is a chance for us to talk about the development and consultation section of the plan. So if you want to take a look either at the crosswalk document, the page reference document, which is attachment 3, that puts us into, for the track changes version, sections pages 4 through 16, or for the clean version 4 through 15. If folks have any questions regarding that, or if in general you have questions regarding what he shared about items in particular that have been changed. Seeing none, I would move us forward, but I know that we're just getting used to the process. So I want to give another pause or another moment, just give folks a chance to make sure we're on the same page.
I do have a question for the members because as you see, there was a summary document that we provided you separately. The question I have for you is, it wasn't done in the plan, and I wanted to put this forward as a recommendation. Should we put the summary document as an appendix in that, and essentially have that so that there would be a sense of how we went through that? Because I think it would, the way the responses didn't quite fit there, but we could make a reference to the appendix, and I want to put that as a recommendation to you.
Okay. Good, noted, thank you. And just for clarification's sake, that's the summary of public input document, attachment 4. Okay.
Okay, the program administration and implementation strand in that covers almost a third to a half of the document and about 100 pages in the document. And the next 3 slides, if you look at that, we go through the state CT and workforce development programs aligned to education and skill needs of employers. We talked about a strategic vision. We talked about joint planning to support visions and goals. And we also talked about leadership funds there. You will see in a moment that some of the information that Tim was talking about, we actually alluded to that in the document, and it is an opportunity for us to move forward in trying to look at alignment between education and workforce development. Then we talked about the description of different programs and program of study, the program approval process, the role of the eligible agency. There was a whole prompt on dual enrollment, and then we talked about the local application, the comprehensive local needs assessment, and had discussion about size, scope, and quality. So that's essentially all the different prompts and sub-prompts that we addressed in this section. And we had quite a bit of discussion about that section at the last time when we went through that section. What I will highlight to you is some of the changes that we included, again, as a result of the public comment and as a result of other sources as well. So what has changed based on public comment? There was a lot of public comment on including information about expanded learning opportunities. Member Ortiz-Licon talked about her experience in the summer job program. So my colleagues from the expanded learning program felt that it was important to look at those expanded, and it is now permissible within the Perkins 5 requirements, both at the state level and at the local level. So we added a section on essentially expanded learning opportunities and talked about the different programs under that office. California is unique in the sense that we actually have a division or an office of expanded learning. That's not the case in any other state. I know a state where I came from, there was one individual in the whole department that had to work on expanded learning. So we have an opportunity for finding ways to align internally those programs and have that kind of discussion, because after school programs is not only would it meet some of the superintendent's goals of closing the achievement gap, because I think there's a strong body of literature out there that if you provide youth the opportunity to do something with their quote-unquote free time, that would be a good or beneficial thing. The idea here is to expand the program through that, and we'll be having a conversation. We added language about the school to prison pipeline in that and talked to that. That's what Tim Rainey was talking about. Again, here's an opportunity where we could collaborate across agencies in some sense as we move towards implementation. We highlighted the importance of regionalization of CTE programs because they're expensive, and that was a comment that was provided to us, and making sure not so much of the structure of the entity that provides CTE, but the concept of regionalization and how it would benefit both secondary and post-secondary CTE programs. And then there was a comment made about including the baccalaureate programs that are now permissible under state legislation. There are about 15 community colleges that now offer these baccalaureate programs that actually are not offered at the CEU or the CSU system, so we included language regarding that. So we added, the gist of all of this is we added more information about the types of programs that are relevant for this particular legislation as we move forward. The suggested edits that we looked at was that we created a broader section on work-based learning rather than having just just even talking about a very specific program. We did talk about that, but we kept it under the larger umbrella of work-based learning. So things like work experience education, things like apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, all of that come in there. One of the things that we did not do, that because I think, as Tim was talking about earlier, several, particularly in the apprenticeship area, there are many, many agencies that are involved in this, like the community colleges, like the Department of, I think it's the apprenticeship department, so and also within our department through the work experience program. So we kept it there, but we made the statement in this section as well as later on when we talk under special populations about the need to having alignment in this particular area. If there is one area that is fruitful for discussion under implementation, it is probably work-based learning and having that. And many commenters, and we'll come back in the accountability section, wanted work-based learning as one of the quality indicators on the secondary side. But I'll explain that when we get to that section, why that is, at least at this stage, limiting in some sense, and there's potential as we move forward. If I can just finish this part, and then we'll come to the... Then we added language about the Cradle to Career initiative that there and how we can look at that. And then we highlighted the separate efforts that's going on within CDE and the Chancellor's Office on the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment, and talking about the future alignment between the two. So
Okay, so this is by far the largest section page number wise for us to look at. So in terms of the program administration and implementation section, what we've presented so far is related to the state vision and then of course the programs and programs of study implementation. So that ranges all the way in the track changes version from page 16 to page 116, and in the clean version without track changes from pages 50 to pages 106. So any questions related to that section of the plan or anything presented thus far? Yes, Member Rucker, please, and then Member Salazar.
Okay, it's more a comment than a question. First of all, I want to say, begin by making sure I add my commendations to the staff and the people who did the work on this draft. I frankly was worried from the inception of the work we started on about whether or not we were actually going to be able to create a coherent narrative about career technical education and what the state's intent is concerning Perkins. So one of the things that stood out for me for California, in any of the documents we've written, whether it was the ESSA plan, the WIOA plan, and here we are with Perkins 5, California, unlike many of our LEAs, is actually willing to take a look at its flaws as well as its achievements and making those things plain and looking at the development of this document as not just a problem not as a problem solving, saying, oh, we know the answer, here's a definitive question, but also as problem finding. And so I appreciate the edits that were added in here, in particular to talk about the issues of ROP. In the edits that you added for ROP, one of the things I noticed is that the statement about how the current 49 ROP programs work, they are a little bit different in scope and in application than what's originally written in the Ed Code about ROP programs and how they're funded and what they do. Narrowly, in the Education Code, ROP programs are funded a particular way that's no longer a categorical fund, and they operate in a particular way. What is important in this document, and I think there is a sentence, or at least there's a conversation, a broader conversation that has to happen, is that many county offices don't do the 43 programs you have in place, and the other county offices that still have a program they call ROP. There's not quite an alignment at the implementation level on what this plan says we intend for ROP to be and what ROP actually may be operating as. So while this is a very aspirational statement, and I think it's important for this to happen because what it does is it changes the scope, the depth, and the role of ROP as a program in the broader CTE conversation. I think that if this plan is adopted, it changes the conversation the state needs to have with those existing ROP programs. So I was very happy to see these statements written in about ROP because it's not just about what we believe ROP's role should be, but where we believe the program itself should grow in scope and aspect. So I appreciated that. One of the things that I wasn't made as clear as possible was looking at, for those students in those alternative programs, incarcerated youth and programs provided in prisons, it wasn't quite made clear what their link, for students who move in and out of the system, in and out of public school system or back into programs maintained or facilitated for incarcerated youth, what the narrative doesn't make clear in the amendments you made was how we track or follow those students, and maybe that could be better borne out in the accountability section, because that's where we lose some of those students, particularly on how we report them for graduation or how we report them as CTE concentrators or for people who complete the programs. So that was the only part that I found a little confusing, and maybe we can stick a pin in that, and when we go to how it's reported out in the accountability section, we may be able to clear that up. So those are the only two comments I wanted to make. But thank you very much for the work that you did here.
Thank you. Member Salazar? Okay, thank you. Others?
The only question I had was, the key vision that we have, and I'm sorry, I don't have the page right in front of me. Were there a lot of public comments on the vision itself?
Actually, we had some positive comments to the.
Oh, good.
Basically, the whole work of the Joint Advisory Committee, as well as the vision in particular. We did have, and in fact, in the the larger detail, we have a statement. Thank you. We acknowledge the thanks to them, thanking them for making that statement where it's but they were
oh good
okay I mean I don't recall. I can go back and look, but I don't recall. It would have stuck out for me if that had happened. So I don't recall, but there were positive comments about, I think because those who were looking at it was looking at the alignment issue, and it starts with this committee in some sense, and that's what they appreciated.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, Member Grande.
Now, I want to say thank you for including the baccalaureate programs on this. It is a tremendous initiative being undertaken by our state, and last Friday the LAO issued their final report. So I'm particularly grateful that it was included in the Perkins draft. But I did want just one correction, if possible. On the track changes document, page 32, when you compare the first line under baccalaureate degree programs on page 32 with what's just across it on page 33, we have a numeric discrepancy. So next to the baccalaureate degree programs, it says of the 73 California community colleges, 15 of them are now offering bachelor's degrees, but there are 115 California community colleges. There's 73 districts, but there's 115 community colleges. And that's what it says just right across from it on the other page. It says at 115 California community colleges. It's just granular. No, just change 73 to 115 so that it matches as it goes right across the page.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on this section?
Blue is deletion.
Okay. Are you ready?
The next section has to do with the strand that is special population. If you recall, both this strand and the next strand, when the text that you saw the last time, much of that was stakeholder comments. We had stakeholder comments, and I think you made a recommendation to us that we should contextualize some of that as we went through, and that's what we tried to do in here. So when you look at that, we included language on the IEP and 504 plans, in that we particularly talked about the workability index program, and the reason I think while that is specific to special education students right now, the framework that is presented, and I think there was a link or a footnote that linked to the site at the CDE site. The framework that is in there and language was put in there to indicate that this may be an opportunity to use this framework as a starting point of discussion when we have a larger work-based learning or apprenticeship discussion, and have that when we move towards alignment, and that we put in language regarding that. We also added language in there about programmatic coordination among CDE departments. I'm trying to meet with my division director colleagues and trying to not only, as we'll see later on, not only on the data side, but also on the programmatic side to see what we can do, because several of us run federal programs, and there is opportunity of overlap and alignment between that too. I mentioned the expanded learning program earlier and talking about that. So that's essentially, and these were comments made in these were public comments that we then addressed within the plan. Then the suggested edits that we did, we added language. I think there was a sub-strand in there that talked about essentially what are you doing for special population students so that they meet the SDPLs and are in programs that are in high quality CT programs. So the language was added there that linked the requirements under the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. There are 6 things that we have to address in that, and things like performance gap, equity, and access. And so we have to address that. And then talked about, and another one was teacher preparation. We have to address in the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment, and made the connection with existing programs like the Workforce Investment Grant and the 21st Century California School Leadership Academy. And we talked, so bringing that in this section to sort of show that this may again be an opportunity for programmatic coordination regarding the holistic address of WBL. So as I was talking earlier, a lot of the public comments were, as you saw from attachment 4, system alignment kept coming up over and over again, not only in terms of the data piece, which we'll get to, but also in terms of programmatically looking at system alignment. And at the end, I'll talk to you about the different levels of system alignment that we addressed in this, but this is in terms of coordinating within the Department of Education, and there's also similar efforts going on at the Chancellor's office as they're looking at equity and access as well.
Okay, so that takes us to the section on special pops. Member Salazar?
Just going back to the previous section, apologies, where we describe the state's strategic vision and goals on page 45. I know that we list basically a summary of what the state board vision is and what the community college vision is, give a nod to the state workforce board vision, and I'm just wondering if this section, if there's an opportunity to kind of synthesize where there is already defined alignment. And I don't know if it's overreaching to say that this is the state's vision, but I think what it conveys to me is that you have systems who have a vision, but it doesn't necessarily respond to the question about what is the state's vision, if that makes any sense. Is it this?
I think it's on page 46.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was.
Okay, that was the attempt.
The blue was taken out.
I'm
Everything in
sorry.
The blue is the ones that was taken out.
I apologize. Okay.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
And so it is much more succinct.
Well, you already did it.
In the previous version, we did make a reference to the different vision, but we wanted to sort of centralize it on the guiding principles and the 12 elements of high quality college and career pathways, and so we left it at that. In fact, in the previous version, we just had footnotes to those, and we just left it. So if you think we should do that, we'll do that again. But I mean, so.
Great, thank you. This is the perfect time to clarify, right? So if there are other questions and things we need to check in on, please do. Otherwise, I will take us to the meeting the needs of special populations. So in attachment 1, the track changes version, that runs from pages 116 to 127. And in the clean version attachment 2, that runs from pages 106 to 125, as well as any of the comments that were added in the slides earlier about what has been changed. Okay, not seeing any at this time. Are we ready to move forward? Perhaps just another minute to review? Yeah, one more moment to review. Member Rucker.
Okay, so as I look at the prompt, there are three important parts in the prompt. It talks about how these students will be provided with programs designed to enable individuals who are members of special populations to meet or exceed state-determined levels of performance. So a part of what's written or described here is connected definitely to another section. So I don't want to jump ahead to that last section about the state-determined levels of performance, but I think it's important to differentiate that there's some differences among some of these student groups that are identified here. And I'll give the very specific, easy example. Students who have IEPs don't graduate from high school with a diploma. And while there is an ongoing conversation about what to do to replace the certificate of completion with something that is an equivalence to a diploma, that's an important distinction here, because lacking that diploma means there's an obstacle for those students to have access to some of the programs that are being described in this section as being designed for them. And so that's going to, when we get then to the reporting part in the accountability section, those students are either going to disappear from the data or be the reason why we are not on track to meet those long-term goals. So I'm making that point to say, I'm not really sure how to address that, but I think a statement needs to be inserted here that we have differentiated goals or differentiated outcomes for students based on those types of populations that they have, using special ed as an example, because that's not quite made clear here. I hope that makes sense.
Member Ortiz-Licon.
So I'm thinking about that, and I understand that for that particular indicator, we do have a differentiated, perhaps, certificate of completion versus a diploma. But I know that ESSA does not allow us to differentiate by student group. And so we want to be very careful that it's understood that we're not differentiating the target by all student subgroups, but that is the one, perhaps the only indicator or the only data point where there would be some differentiation.
Yes. So I could wait till the accountability say, or maybe to use your phrase, Member Rucker, can I put a pin in this to the reason we did we brought in the comprehensive local needs assessment in that section is one of the requirements in the comprehensive local needs assessment is looking at data for subpopulations and essentially looking at performance gaps, and then essentially using that information to put it in the local application plan and add or allocate funds towards that. So there is a focus on those groups, even though in the reporting purposes, we do report on those categories, but there are no targets for those subcategories. That's the pin I want to put in right now, and we can talk more later on.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate, as I look at Patricia DeCosta and I'm making eye contact with her, I think it's important that we did not write into this plan that we're looking at an alternative to the certificate of completion, because we don't need the feds looking over our shoulder about those deliberations and that conversation, because as you said, You know, our goal is to get this across the finish line and to the feds, and we can update and revise it as time goes by. So that probably will become the issue about special needs students and differentiating those outcomes will probably become a non-issue as we resolve that problem anyway. So thank you for that.
And I would add to that, under Perkins 4, in one of the accountability indicators, for some reason there was an indicator of high school graduation, and there was an indicator for CTE completers.
Right.
Which never made sense to me, honestly, but it is what it was when we reported on Perkins 4. In Perkins 5, there is no such distinction. Right. And under high school graduation, we have to look at those subgroups to see where the gaps are, much like we do in ESSA or any other program, federal program that we have to do that. So I think I'm glad they took that out, because that would have caused a lot more confusion and what you were alluding to right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Other comments on this section? So I think that'll move us to the final section under program of study, which is related to preparing teachers and faculty. That's pages 128 through 138 in the track changes version, and in the clean version, pages 118 to 125. Did you want to take something to start off, or shall we have him present the slides first? Did you have some before that? Yes. All right, we gotcha.
So based on public comment, there was obviously this was an area of extreme interest in the public in terms of CT teacher preparation and what to do about it. So clearly it was on the minds of many, and we could see I would argue that they put their comment in every section of the prompt, not just under this prompt, but in other prompts as well. So what we did was we tried to sort of, again, provide some context for this by providing description of several teacher preparation and professional development opportunities targeted to CTE teachers, like the CTE Teach, CTE Online, the Leadership Development Institute that we do. So we outlined that, and we clarified the process of as best as in my the knowledge that I have of this, to try and teacher credentialing. And so again, in this case, one of the things that I went back and looked at an article that was written by the state board president, Linda Darling-Hammond, to essentially look at some of the issues that her article identified in terms of teacher preparation all around. And I made reference to that in the document, just to make sure that, just to say that CTE teacher preparation is not unique, that it is not a CTE teacher preparation issue. It's much more of a global problem that we really need to look at from a system alignment perspective, not only within just CDE, but also with CTC and the Chancellor's Office and other. You were mentioning earlier when Tim was speaking about the training providers and getting that. That was an excellent comment that you made, and because that has always been a rub between the trainers in WIOA and teachers in education, and I think getting to that issue is important during the implementation phase. And then again, as I said, we added language and a concluding paragraph to talk about connecting the Perkins 5 teacher and faculty preparation requirements to the critical need in California to resolve the overall teacher preparation, a teacher and faculty shortage. So.
And any questions or comments related to preparing teachers and faculty? Member Rucker, would you like to kick us off?
So, first of all, I think you did a great job of attempting to summarize what California's challenges are concerning teacher certification and preparation. However, let me say that the challenges for looking at teacher certification in the K-12 system there are some unique challenges that do not apply to the challenges for staffing, licensing, and preparation programs at the community college. And that's not clearly articulated here. There are some ways that you wrote this that suggest, like on page 129 of the track changes document, it says that there are multiple and varied ways CTE teachers and faculty earn a credential. I'm assuming CTE teachers as a term of art applies to K-12 teachers, and faculty applies to post-secondary teachers. Post-secondary teachers don't need a credential to work at a community college and teach in a CTE program. What they do need, for example, in a nursing program, they do need to be a licensed nurse. And so, but that's not the way this explanation seems to be written. So I disagree with, while you were trying to be concise and to streamline this section, I think it's probably important to take the time to explain the challenges and concerns about credentialing and recruiting, supporting and training K-12 teachers, and the challenges about supporting and recruiting community college teachers. I think that becomes important because, in particular, as it relates to community college teachers, as we talked about last time, nurses make more money being nurses than being faculty at a community college. And so California, in order to help community colleges recruit nurses, actually created exemptions in the rules and the cap on the percentage of time that part-time faculty can work in those programs and the percentage of part-time faculty that can be actually hired to staff those programs. And it had a net increase of improving the staffing ratios in those nursing programs. So I think the point that was not made here was that there are very, very different industry-based concerns that community college districts have in hiring experts from the field to staff their programs. So the nursing programs have a very different challenge for recruitment than the mortuary sciences programs. And so even if you don't go into the detail about all those differences, the fact that there are those unique challenges that community colleges have that K-12 schools do not have is important. And that point wasn't clearly made in this section. So I believe that even though you're trying to streamline this and be more concise, you actually make a better picture of explaining what the differences are in the two systems. The second point that needs to be made as it relates to K-12 teachers is that this goes back to the ROP piece, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier. The Education Code has a specific definition about ROP programs, who is staffed, how they are staffed, and how they are funded. We wrote some very aspirational statements in the earlier part of this paper, of this draft, that have nothing to do with the way ROP is currently working. And it's important in this document to talk about the fact that these are the people in the education workforce who spend their entire career as temporary faculty. They never, as temporary staff, they never have the security of being able to go from being a probationary teacher to being a permanent teacher just because the title of their program is ROP and the Ed Code says they cannot become permanent. So we have, that's not covered here either. And then the third point I want to make, if I'm remembering what this means, I disagree with the track change that removed the issue concerning the Social Security GPO web. I disagree with the editing and removal of that. We are retiring out of our education workforce a lot of vocational and CTE teachers, and we cannot replace them with people coming in from industry because they are being asked to sacrifice a significant portion of their retirement income, and that is a critical barrier. So taking that statement out removes a very important point. And yes, I know we can't fix that problem in this document, but it needs to be identified as a critical obstacle for teacher recruitment. Otherwise, we are giving lip service to the purposes of teacher recruitment that are being outlined in this section.
Thank you. Chair Sun?
So, Member Rucker provided some very specific areas of feedback, and I'm going to step back just a little bit on this particular section. I'm reading the prompt, I'm looking at the response to it, and it feels that we started to write this with, look at all the great things that we're doing to prepare teachers for CTE, education instruction. So we started listing these things, but we know that we aren't doing a great job. There are lots of issues and lack of alignment. And so I know that it is trying to balance what are our key areas, issues that in the training and certification of CTE educators, both at the K-12 and the community college level, and how we will move this forward so that we have better system alignment and that we can serve students K-14. So this is a section where I think we have the least clear sense of a path forward, and trying to succinctly articulate the issues that are surrounding this complicated certification training issue is not easy to write. So between what Member Rucker has been saying about sections that could be included, I'm not quite sure this is getting us where we are. And I don't know if that's not very helpful, but I think we just have to frame it a little bit differently. And when we talk about the larger state plan that we're working on, this is an area I think we have to put some focus into, because it requires not just this board or this advisory board and the state board and the community college chancellor's office, but it also includes the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And we have really got to get together to discuss this and talk about this issue. So I don't know if there's something that could be added to the section about the different agencies that will need to come together and have conversations around this, because it feels like we need a little bit of what's the lead into this. What are we going to do about some of these issues that we've brought up?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, I mean, one of the issues is so we will make the edits. You know, we'll talk at the end. We want to know what the process would be in terms of making sure that you see them when we go through, and maybe we'll talk about that going forward. I mean,
and you said this was also a section where we had the most public comment,
yeah,
right? And so I'm kind of curious if were there areas that we may have changed because of the public comment, or were they highlighting the same things that we've been talking about?
I think it was the same. It's a systemic issue that they were referring to in some sense.
Any other comments or questions? Member Rucker?
So, based on the two comments you've received, so we've been going along and holding hands and being very happy with the previous two sections. This is actually the first major section where I had both a comment and a criticism. Criticism is a good thing. So I guess my question would be, so what are the next steps going to be, or based on the feedback you've gotten here, that I don't think, A, we've answered the prompt, and I don't think, B, what Commissioner Sung said, we didn't entirely tell the whole truth, and C, it's a little confusing. This is asking you to do some revising. What would be, so based on those three general comments, what would be the way forward on this? Because for me, the next time I'll see this will be at the board meeting in March. And this would be the section that would, you've done a lot of work, and you've done yeoman's work on the other major sections. 2/3 of the document have been significantly revised, and we're telling you This one's falling short. So could you give me an idea, and I know you can't make a promise about what you're going to write, but can you give me an idea about what, based on the feedback you just heard from the two of us, where we have a concern that there's no there in response to the prompt, what would be your way forward on addressing that concern and giving us advice on how you would look at revising?
But as far as the secondary piece, I will sort of go back and consult with Barb Murchison, for example, and get some feedback from her about, maybe share the section with her and see if she can help me more in the and then the second one is bringing back in the Social Security issue that you were talking in. The third, I will have to defer to my community college colleagues to give me some information on that, to include that in the document for moving forward.
Yeah,
I think it is your decision. What the action you take today will be then incumbent upon how we move forward.
Yeah, I'm just because I am very concerned that there's language in here that suggests that community college teachers also are certificated in the same way that K-12 teachers are, and that there is clear overlap in some of the ways they are supported, and clear overlap in the system about how they can move fluidly between working at the community college and working at K-12 campuses, particularly when we're looking at dual enrollment programs. But these are two very different systems with two very different professional needs and requirements for their workforce, and it's really not clearly laid out. That explanation's not clearly laid out.
And I'm just wondering if it's begging, I apologize, Chair. I mean, in the last paragraph, it basically says the two systems will work together to try to address this challenge. And I'm just wondering if it is then incumbent upon us or whom to help identify the explicit strategies that are going to be undertaken to address these challenges. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like who then owns responsibility for it? It is what I would want to understand a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder if a way, this is I agree with Member Rucker that this is the section that might warrant some restructuring, and I wonder if it might be better to just start and just recognize this is how K-12 CTE educators are prepared and supported, et cetera. How community college faculty are supported, trained, et cetera, and then go into how these do not align. And then the last section is how we're going to work on making that alignment occur. Maybe that's more of the way to approach it so it's more clear across. Because we know it's not. Yes.
Good afternoon, members. I just wanted to address the comment in terms of next steps from Member Rucker. And I think what I'm hearing you say is that we want to revisit this to incorporate sufficient and adequate improvements to this section. And I believe that that is realistic and achievable, both as a practical matter in the document and as a timeline manner. And we would certainly need to visit your schedules and availabilities, but we do believe that there's sufficient timing in the schedule to get at this and perhaps bring it back to, if need be, in February. So we just want to affirm that we believe it's realistic and achievable to make the adjustments and improvements and have you view it before the next state board.
Any other questions or comments on this section? And any other questions or comments in general related to program of study that we've covered thus far?
I don't know if this is appropriate for me to speak now. I have been here all day.
Sorry, we'll be taking public comment after this section.
Have a solution. Okay, I'll hold it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that'll move us forward to the next section, which is fiscal responsibility. In the track changes version, it covers pages 138 through 149. And in the clean version attachment 2, it's pages 126 through 136.
So in this section, we went through this is probably the one section we didn't have very minor changes through that, and it is the fact, and just recognize the distinction between funding and authority within this document. I mean, Tim Rainey talked about the 85%, and that's true for all federal programs, and it's going through for program improvement. So in this section, we just basically talked about the different, so I'm just listing this and then essentially talking about fiscal responsibility. So, so as I said, there's nothing really, no major change in this section, this strand.
Any questions or comments related to fiscal responsibility? At this time. Seeing none, I can offer another pause. Doesn't look like anyone's looking for one, so that moves us to the next section, which I know we're all looking forward to. It's accountability. And let me ask Chair Sun, do you want at any point to take a break, or would you like us to move through the process?
All right. We're tired. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you for suggesting that. Okay, we'll be back at 3:05.
Thank you.
I had to go to take a little.
I'm just, that's Sunday afternoon. Yeah. Going through some hefty stuff. Yes. It is? Oh, yes. So just recognize this is one way, this is how we do it. This is why it's not common obstacles. There are some common concerns. Right. Let's do that separately. Yes, yes, and just kind of do that in this next section with stakeholder feedback on all the issues. And then here's how we propose to move forward. Yeah.
know, the one thing that they're forgetting to talk about in their story history is the fact that for the first 15, 20 years of business, they're covering with outside legal firms. So they're forgetting that part. So I'm like, I'm just getting a little bit too angry. I gotta stop watching TV, I think, and just watch reruns and cartoons. I'm getting too angry. Yeah, no, see, in my company, they send us out a Perkins file. We get a Perkins file every morning. I have to stop. That's what I'm looking at now. I have to stop looking. I don't watch the news anymore. So I'm looking in the Perkins file, thinking I have something I have to make them up for me at my work. I don't think I can keep the Perkins file anymore because I am serious. I'm just saying it so. Yeah. Well, see, the problem is, it depends on who's going to swing. It is going to swing, but it's gonna get ugly. Yeah, I know. I sat and listened to when he was talking about when Tim was talking about all the stuff that came out in the media. I wanted to raise my hand and say, you do know African Americans and Latinos are not allowed to participate in any of those job training programs. That was by law. But I said, I'm just gonna sit here, I'm just gonna be quiet. They were targeted for exclusion. I was don't say a word. Because Tim's a friend. Oh, retrospective of, so, so here we are sitting around talking about implementing a program that was basically targeting displaced or underrepresented groups. So when you talk about all these programs that came out of the New Deal, it was explicitly written into the law that the people we're focusing on today were excluded. They were targeted for exclusion. Yes. I'm like, and I did, I said, just sit here, just don't say anything. But no, it was a sweet idea. I thought it was a great idea. But she didn't. I know she didn't know. They were targeted all right, but for exclusion. Like, don't say a word.
So may we quote Virginia Slims, "We've come a long way, baby."
And when my mom used to collect. My dad, she threw them away, but my dad used to collect TV guide covers.
I understand that Julia is going to have to leave before 15, correct?
Is that when Jenny has us leaving? Yeah.
Okay.
We have to take action.
Well,
4:15, not 4:45.
I think we'll still have a quorum because there are 4 of you. And technically it's 2 and 2, or it's 2 and 2 and 2, but anyway, just so we know. And if you are agreeable to having another
Meeting in February,
meeting
we
in
can also do
February,
that too.
we need to be looking at
Calendars?
Yeah. Kind of take a look and see
What
what
do
date
you
makes
guys
sense.
think about having a February
I
meeting? It doesn't have to be a long
because
one.
it doesn't have to be a long. We're really only going to be looking at the rewrite on that section, so it won't be a long one. We can even do it as a conference call. We can do it as a remote meeting.
Not a full day.
No, it would just be a couple hours.
Yeah, a couple hours. Yeah.
February 14th, share the love with each other.
Okay, so if you want to start looking at your calendars and see, because again, we'll need a 10-day posting day. So if it is the 14th, you have to post it by the 4th, which is really next week.
Tuesday.
Yes.
It could be later, but then
It could be a little later than the 14th.
So
Yeah.
I just,
What about state board posting for the March meeting?
Our state board posting is on February 28th.
28th.
For our March meeting.
Okay.
So I was, maybe the 21st.
Yeah, I'd say do it just in front of when you have to post for the state board meeting, because you already know what you're gonna post based on the outcome. Yeah, you already know when you're posting for the state board, but also if we have the meeting just in front of that posting, you also already know what's gonna be posted.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I'm open on the 21st, folks.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I am too.
Okay, I'm gonna see if Lisa.
I am.
Which should be okay. We're really, I mean, this is really close. Yeah, it's just a couple of sections, and then we'll see how the accountability conversation goes.
Yes.
And that way we don't feel like we have to go to the end and rushed, and we could just know that.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm not available on the 21st. I am available on the 20th. I am available on the 20th.
I'm already out on the 20th. 17th? No.
17th works for me.
President's Day.
That's actually easier.
That's President's Day.
No wonder I'm available.
It's a holiday.
Sure you guys don't want to go back to the 14th?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order.
Should I make an announcement that we're just going to meet?
So we're going to be coming back together around the accountability for results section. I did get some feedback from the team who are diligently taking notes on what's being said, that it would be helpful if when you have feedback on specific sections, if you could also say back the page numbers, just so that they know specifically. I know some of you have, but just in general, if you can try to do that, and I'll try to remind you to as well. That way they make sure they capture the exact parts you're referencing when there's specifics.
Okay, just and before we move on, I just wanted to let you all know that this committee is looking at reconvening in March, and right now we are tentatively looking at March 2nd, Monday, to finish any incomplete sections that we have for this particular draft. So just wanted the public to know that we are looking at a meeting in early March prior to this application going to the state board. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move to the accountability strand, the accountability for results. Listed on the slide is essentially what we need to address for the accountability. I know we had this is probably one of the strands where we both refined and rewrote some of the language within that section. We looked detailed out much more the process of how we got to the SDPL baselines, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We also detailed out the public comment process through not only comments that came through the public comment process, but also through the accountability webinar, and we included that. And we talked about how the SDPL alignment is to other measures that the department is looking at. And then we looked at addressing disparities and gaps in performance. So what has changed? We made connections to accountability projections for ESSA. We affirmed why college credit courses were selected as a secondary quality indicator, and we made the case for tying it to the college and career, the element within the college and career indicator. We also indicated how articulated credits could be included, although that's not part of the CCI. We do collect that information within CalPADS, and it's a question of trying to align those two. And just to keep as a reference, we do not have to report performance data till December of 2021, so we can start working through the mechanisms to get at that information. The suggested edits from the November 25th meeting and other sources, we listed out actually it should be the 10 Perkins 5 accountability indicators. That's it's 10. We described more fully how we arrived at the SDPLs, and again made connections to the accountability projections for ESSA. And so we'll look at the next slide. So one of the things that I asked, and Cindy Kazanis is in the back there, I asked Cindy's team to look at, if you recall, we have a definition of a concentrator in the plan that we went through last time, and I gave that definition to the Cindy's data team, and they actually ran the Perkins the secondary Perkins indicators for these, for using that concentrator as the denominator, and did it for 2 years for the 2018-19 CTE concentrators and 2017-18, and that's the data that we got that you see there. So the graduation rate is 97.9% for CTE concentrators. It's the way we've defined the CTE concentrator. Keep in mind, it's 2 courses where the last course is a capstone course. And typically the capstone course is in the 12th grade, and it is the likelihood, as you know from dropout theory, the likelihood of students dropping out at that late stage in their high school careers is much smaller than if they were in earlier grades than eighth and ninth grade. So I think that's not surprising that we had that high a graduation rate in terms, and it actually did go up a little bit. So, and I'll explain in a moment what we did. You will see that table there, and what I did, what we did in order to come up with that, the actual value. And the next one was essentially looking at the English language arts and mathematics, and you can see it's fairly even in terms of all students and CTE concentrators. The science ones, just to keep in mind, I couldn't get that information, so that refers to all students, and it's not available for CTE concentrators. Down the road, I'm sure we'll be able to get that, and it's only available for one cohort, 2018 and 19. Then for the college credit course, basically for 2018, I'm only looking at 2018 and 19 just to talk about that. The college credit course included all preparations for the CTE concentrator. So, but it also included those that were not prepared. It was all of those students. Whereas the number for all students is just prepared and approaching prepared. So I just wanted to put that comparison there and just to show that. But it seems so this is one indicator that I think we will be working through in terms of as we go through this process. So this is what we did. Let me this is described in the chapter. In Perkins accountability, you are deemed a success if you meet at least 90% of the target. And so what we did for the high four-year graduation rate is we took the 90% of the 97.9, and we sort of took that as in the SDPL as the target, and saying that's because anything higher, and we know that it is higher, they would be achieving that. But I think that discretion was the better part of valor here in some sense. And so we looked at this, and we looked, so the ESSA 7-year projection that I got from Cindy Kazanis is basically around 90%. So it's very close in some sense to that. The post-program placement there's a description in there, was also at that 90% level, because I had in the earlier version was estimated at about around 70%. The science values were for all students, and we kept that as a baseline and just increased that as one by a small percentage. Under Perkins law, we can keep the projected values for 2 years in a row. And that's basically what we did in the SDPL table. So if you go to the SDPL table that you have in your, you can see those adjustments that have been made in that. One thing I would say in this is that there was a lot of 2 areas where we got comments from the public. One was essentially making sure that we aligned it with the CD measures, and we've done that and the other one was the work-based learning indicator, and using that as a quality indicator. The issue we have right now is we don't have a lot of data around that. And there's some conceptual issues around how you actually get that, what's included in work-based learning, how do you go by. This is a conversation that we may have to have with other partners in terms of looking at how work-based learning is actually defined. I mean, the literature on work-based learning seems to say there's still a definitional issue of what is work-based. So I should be more precise. What is high-quality work-based learning? That's essentially our goal, is high-quality work-based learning. How do you actually get those programs in place, and how do you measure that? So with all those constraints that we have, I was again saying, because we have the data on the college credit courses, we ended up using that as a quality indicator. That doesn't mean going forward that as we develop the CCI, which will be including some of the work-based learning information, we can bring that back in as a quality indicator.
Okay, so that brings us to questions and comments. We're looking at pages in the track change, pages 150 through 179 for accountability for results, and in the attachment 2 clean version, pages 139 through 154. And thank you, and it also includes the chart as well, the SDPL chart. I actually don't have that page in front of me. Could you repeat it? Was it 155? 159, thank you.
This one? Okay. So I find that there was a lot more details in this section, and I appreciate that. It was very clear how we arrived at the methodology and what our system of accountability is here, at the state indicators, the California data dashboard, all of that was very clear. I'm still, I have a question, because I don't know, maybe I got lost in the explanation of how we're now looking at our performance levels. But for the 4-year graduation rate, from what I gathered, based on the baseline, the average graduation rate for CTE concentrators is 97.9.
Correct.
Okay. So under Perkins, you're allowed to sort of miss the mark as long as you stay within the 90% of that target.
Correct.
So I don't know that I'm looking at the right performance levels. I'm looking at page 185, where our baseline's 88.1. For 2020, the target would be 89.1. And then we keep that target for 2 years, and then moves to 91.1.
Correct.
Okay. So I appreciate that by 2022, we're actually aiming for a target that's greater than the target we have in the California data dashboard. But at the same time, I feel like we're just trying to stay within 90% of the target, instead of thinking, if we're already at 97.7, instead of trying to exceed and improve, we're just trying to make sure that we don't fall from the 90%. So I'm struggling a little bit with being aspirational and ambitious with just trying to play safe. And this is kind of the conversation that we had. I mean, the only real repercussion to missing it is working with the school district to make sure that there's a plan to improve it. And so am I reading this wrong, that we're kind of trying to stay within the 90%, so that's becoming more of a guidepost versus a target that sets an ambitious but attainable goal?
So let me just qualify that. The reason you have that there, but even under Perkins, there's a rule that says that 3rd and 4th year cannot be lower than your average performance in the last 2 years. So if we show a performance of 97%, we have to up that 91.1 to that level. So we can't say we will be at 91%. Now, because I can't predict in some sense what that level was, I tried to stay at that level, but the rule is essentially that for the 3rd and 4th year, so if it's 97% and it stays around there for constantly, the 3rd and 4th year, we would have to change that 91.1% to 97. So that's what we have to do. So that's essentially so I was just saying, in some sense, we were just looking at that, but clearly the law says that it cannot be lower than the performance of the past 2 years.
Right, and I think in my mind, I'm thinking, well, let's just start with 90, because that still gives us tons of flexibility. And, you know, if I didn't know that 97.7% was sort of the average, what happens if we now go to 92% and we're thinking, hey, that's exceeding the projected target, but in fact, it's actually declining because we're at 97.7, but people wouldn't know that because that's not the target. And And so I'm scared that we're actually going to like set a lower target than where we're at now. But I understand the concerns around setting it at 97, but that's something that we should be very cognizant of, that we're actually setting targets below where we know we're at, and we should never want to give flexibility to go lower than that. And when I look at the community college, I don't know that this will happen, but I really appreciate just sort of the punch and reduce equity gaps by 40%. And so there's like these huge lofty goals makes the K-12 goals seem a little like we're a little, like we're not as ambitious or as anxious because there's some lofty goals on the community college side. And so some of them are mandated in the law. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's where I stand right now with my concern, but I'll defer to my colleagues.
Member Grande?
Since she mentioned the community colleges, I noticed, and this is on the version, the marked up version on page 186, that when we are looking at 3P1, we aspirationally by 2023 want to get to 23.85%, and our baseline is 22.95, but in the interim we go to 25.52 before dropping down. Is that deliberate? We anticipate going well above to scale back?
Question, Member Grande?
If you look on page 186 of the marked up version on 3P1, we go from 22.95 to 25.52 for a couple of years and then scale back to 23.85. So I was wondering if that was deliberate, that we were going to be overly ambitious and then scale back.
I don't think that's the intended pattern.
Oh, okay.
It should be ratcheting up.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll take note of it.
Additional comments, questions? Member Rucker?
Well, so I'm one of those folks who, I look at whether the glass is half full or half empty. And when usually I'm asked that question, I respond with what's in the glass. And so I think that I think we need to take a moment just to pause on how far we have come in the discussion on this section, because this has undergone some significant and very important revisions to create alignment between the state's expectations, particularly for K-12 students, and what this plan is talking about as it relates to a subset of those students. So I think that's an important first step. I also think that the narrative has significantly improved so that it helps the chart for the state determined performance goal levels on page 159 in the clean version. It actually helps that chart and the data points that are entered there to make more sense. And so then it comes to, are we going to try to be now aspirational, or are we trying to be practical? The fact that we have improved the standards, that we have raised the goals and the expectations to come closer to alignment is important. So then let's talk about this aspirational piece. I have to say that, to use this story as an example, when I was in middle school, I had a teacher who every single week she gave a spelling test to all the students, and if you got 100% on your spelling test, you got a star put on a chart at the back of the room behind your name. And being the type A personality that I was trying to create myself to be, I only wanted gold stars. And so behind my name, yes, there was a line of gold stars for every single week. But you want to know what stood out? Was the one week when I was absent, because in that school had a policy, even with an excused absence, you couldn't make up a test. For the 1 week I was absent, there was a blank. So it didn't matter how many gold stars I had. People commented on that one blank section where there wasn't a star at all. So being practical to incentivize attendance, created a conversation about one failing. So here we are looking at these numbers. And we already know, and by the way, I think we should make sure we take credit for the fact that the CTE concentrators actually perform better on graduation. That fact is actually not in the narrative. I think you should add it. I think we need to look at two things. And this is going back to the pin that we stuck in the conversation as it relates to all of those different categories of special needs students. One of the statements I made at that time was that students with IEPs get certificates of completion. I didn't mean to make that blanket statement. What I meant to say correctly and more accurately is that there are many IEPs where students who have those IEPs, instead of getting a diploma, will receive a certificate of completion. They can't be reflected in this indicator, but they are still counted in that graduation cohort. So it may be because we need to think about how we're counting all students, how we're including all of those students in this cohort of data, rather than looking at just who those concentrators are, that we sweep down and look at how we're counting all of the students we're including in the plan. These numbers may actually make more sense as a way of capturing those students who get the certificate of completion, the GED, and all of the other ways that they complete and participate in the program, but may not graduate in the sense of receiving the diploma. So that's a way of capturing the performance and all of the students in this plan that we're trying to look at. But does that make a little more sense?
Thank you. Chair Sun?
Yeah, so my comments parallel Member Rucker's comments. What I see, first of all, I just want to just commend the staff on the hard work and looking at the data and trying to make that balance of based on our discussion about the aspirational versus the practical. I think you did a very, very nice job of trying to find that balance in these numbers that you're proposing here. To me, the big aspirational goal is that vision. And we said all California students, all California students. So similar to what Member Rucker was alluding to and what her point, if we are talking about all students, perhaps this is right now the right balance. If we truly aspirational, we're ensuring all of our students are going to be CTE concentrators, for instance, then this, I think, doesn't, our larger aspiration is not really our numbers. Our larger aspiration is the inclusivity of all the students in California.
These numbers are just a successive approximation.
That's right. Thank you. Yes.
That's my big word for the week.
Thank you. Member Salazar.
And if we are being aspirational, is it conceivable that we can take each of these performance metrics and break them down by demographic subgroup?
As far as the Perkins 5 accountability process, we do have to report them that way. But as I said before, there are no targets associated with that. As part of the comprehensive local needs assessment, one has a recipient has to look at gaps and essentially then include in their local application plan what they will be doing with the biggest gaps. So if as Member Rucker suggested, a couple of those subpopulations are not performing as well, it is incumbent upon the recipient to allocate funds to that. If you recall, I think at the state board meeting, I think it's Member Morrow who's talked about what the consequences are, if one doesn't meet the target. And I think, and maybe that's where my conservatism came into play here, was the fact that if a recipient doesn't meet the target, or if the state doesn't meet the target, there is a whole process that has to be put in place under Perkins 5 that wasn't existing before in Perkins 4. So what we have to do is sort of train ourselves and the LEAs about not only looking forward aspirationally about how you get to that target, but looking back with the data that we have to try and say where we can do the improvements and then tie it back to the application. The big difference, and I think I've mentioned this before, between previous iterations of the Perkins plan and this one is they have tied, if you recall, Member Son, when we did the virtual thing, I talked about the 4 Ps. And basically the 4 Ps were planning, program, payments, and performance. And you really have to tie all of that together. I haven't mentioned it in this but I think that's the intent of that. And the way the law is written, all of those 4 Ps have to be tied together, and it's more a continuous improvement process rather than static process, looking at each quarter, what do we have to do to complete the job, more in a compliance mode in some sense.
Member Ortiz-Licon?
So to clarify, the targets that we have to set per Perkins must be based on CT concentrators. Right. We're not looking at, okay. And I am a little tired, so maybe I'm looking at numbers here inverse, but are we, because I'm hearing that these are good goals. So we're saying that for baseline for math, for instance, is 33%, and in 2020 and 2021, 34.5% proficiency is the goal. And then in 2022-23 is 36.5. So we're okay with 4 points. I mean, but the baseline's 33, so that means that we're there already. I don't know. If I had, it just seems so low to me.
We're way low in math anyway.
Member Salazar?
Yeah.
Dang.
And I think this has been part of the process all along, right? What we can conceivably do and what's pragmatic and conservative for what we commit to the feds. And then, the healthy tension towards what we want to aspire to do above and beyond. So I think for me, I would love to just put a pin in and would love to continue the conversation as we build out our aspirational plan to revisit this in a way that we're not constrained by what we commit to the feds, but through that, we're able to move beyond that does allow us in an unfiltered way to be more aspirational.
And I think it's important to remember we are going to be required to make adjustments as we receive in successive years. As we receive more data and we see new information, we have to evaluate what's written here and make those adjustments, very likely up. So there's nothing wrong with starting with these, knowing that we're going to be required a couple years down the road to make those adjustments up. But as I said, this is a good start.
And I would, address, I appreciate you raising the flag on this. I'm not okay with these numbers. I'm not okay with these numbers not in California's performance for all students. I think we're not going to be able to fix it within the funds of this particular application or the work that we've described in this particular application. To raise these scores, the baseline level, and it has to be a broader, more around other things that we're doing as a state board.
Right, and as it relates to math, because I'm the math liaison for the board, our math numbers are already very low. And there's a conversation about why and what we can do next and how adjusting the framework will change that and how a different approach to the adoption will change that. There's a whole lot of things beyond just this Perkins plan that are directly related to why those numbers for mathematics look that way. But let's remember, as a state, we are far, far below our target statewide in mathematics at this point. And so looking at this as an important good start is important. And, I'm making the personal commitment that we know these have to improve. We know this has to go up, and we know we can do better.
Thank you. Other comments or thoughts regarding this section?
I just have kind of a technical thing. I think in the deletions, the questions for the very first part of the accountability section, question 1 and 2, got deleted out.
Which page are you looking at? In which version?
So if you were to look at where the accountability section starts.
Begins at 150?
Page 150 on where it says accountability for results, 150 on the markup plan, and
I think the same on the clean version, page 137.
On page 137 on the clean version. If you'll see, the questions accidentally got deleted out as part of the blue. And so the responses that we have, I just want to make sure that response number 1 was aligned with question number 1. And then, because question number 1 and 2 got deleted out in the enthusiasm to delete those sections.
What we did was we actually clumped all of them under one. So if you look at page 164 on your version there, is that what you're looking at, member? Chair San?
164. Oh. Okay, it's then on, I think it might be easier to look at the clean version then. So 137 on the clean version. And it says response for secondary recipients. To what question is that the response? Page 137.
So let me explain how this was looking at the clean version on page 137. What I wanted to sort of set a preamble section before we went ahead and answered the prompts. So the prompts would come back into on page 139, and so so we put a preamble set just to talk about both how we looking at the secondary process and the vision for success in the post-secondary process. So that's sort of introductory to this whole section. So it was hard for me to put that in underneath other prompts, but it was important in some sense to say that work is being done within the state of California at the secondary and post-secondary level, one at the community college, the Vision for Success, and at the secondary level through CCI and the data dashboards, and just to give them a flavor of that as we moved into more detail.
Sorry. So maybe then is to take out the response for secondary recipients?
Because I just wanted to make a distinction between the what we are doing on the secondary side and what it's different, because on the community college side it's the Vision for Success. So
okay. All right.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Okay. That moves us forward to the assurances and certifications.
The rest of it is pro forma, I think, in terms of the application, and just to give you a sense of what it is, and then we move to more other comments, general comments you might have.
Member Rucker?
I just think it's important to say one more time. A lot of times people preface these remarks with "it goes without saying." It cannot go without saying how very important the role of the stakeholder engagement process and the feedback that you receive from the public comments. I really appreciate and read with great interest the response in the document to the public comment, and it's very clear that what the stakeholders provided during the public comment period truly did inform. And that was when we left off from the last meeting. We said well, let's see what happens in the stakeholder process and public comment. There may be some ways and some ideas that come from those comments that can help us address or unravel some of the things that we find to be such naughty problems. I don't mean naughty as in bad, I mean naughty as in twisted and confusing. And so that clearly is what happened, and I'm very pleased and gladdened by what happened in that process, and it continues to show what California has done and what this body has done with the effort to be open and to be as transparent and engaging as possible. I also want to make sure I again commend all of the staff that you recognized and all the people that we have interaction with here, but folks who sit and watch these hearings and take notes for you and make sure that they're taking note of what our concerns are that are raised. We know that a lot of time and a lot of personal sacrifice and a lot of arguing, a lot of head scratching, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into the work that happened to create this draft. And so it's very important for me to give my personal thanks, but also on behalf of my colleagues on the board who will only see this as an action item and for review with our comments and our recommendations in March, I need to make sure that I say here for my other colleagues that this represents not only a body of work, but a body of commitment from a community of folks who are clearly committed not only to the topic of career and technical education, but to changing the way that California has a conversation about historically underrepresented youth. I made a comment to my colleagues up here when the retrospective was being given about all these new federal programs that began under the New Deal. I find it ironic that originally African Americans and Chicanos they were targeted for exclusion from those programs. And the fact that we are now sitting here looking at a plan and looking at a program and a federal mandate that requires us to pay explicit attention to them lets us know not only how far we have come in this conversation, but also in the ways that California is leading the conversation and setting the table on this work. So I really want to make sure that the staff understand and recognize and receive from me my very personal gratitude for what happened with this draft.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would only just, my colleague always speaks so eloquently, so I would only add just as a retrospective that if we remember the first draft of this plan was maybe twice or maybe almost 3 times the size of this. So I appreciate the conversations and the honing of it to the core of what this application needs to be. Certainly, we could always wordsmith. Certainly, we could have nuanced something a little bit better, any of that. However, I think that, you know, what I was looking at in this plan is to make sure that it gives us enough to provide to the federal government and to receive our funds, but that it doesn't get in the way of our larger state plan, and that it does not doesn't set us up so that it would limit us in any way. And I think we found that balance in this last draft. So thank you for all your work. Any comments? Okay, very good. So now we will take public comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Efraim Mercado from the California Teachers Association. Sorry. Really appreciate all the work that's been done on the plan. CTA really appreciates all the work of Pradeep and his team for stakeholder engagement and the comments and be able to meet with them and kind of walk everyone through the concerns that we did have. Just to reiterate one point on stakeholder engagement, the original group only had 1 classroom teacher involved, which was very concerning. We did see within the plan that there were additional opportunities for folks to engage, which is a nice step forward. And CTA is also here and willing to help in the interim until the state board meeting and then beyond. On the teacher shortage, I think one thing to really highlight is that the shortage overall is the issue for our state, but the nuance between a single subject and multi-subject credential and a CT credential is still pretty significant. And so we really have to think about how we're going to approach that head on and not think of it as a big picture issue that can just be taken care of with broad strokes. And then lastly, the accountability section, much improved overall. There's still work to do, obviously. We really appreciate the March 2nd meeting being scheduled and will be actively engaged. And then lastly, the Perkins 5 plan is a significant part of our K-12 education system. It also is a springboard to WIOA. So we see that all these pieces really come into play together. So we look forward to the work moving forward, and thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Cook, and I apologize for stepping up, but you've covered so many things I wanted to jump up and go hurrah, so I'm sorry I got a little overzealous. Anyway, I represent the California Association of Work Experience Educators, or known as CWE. You have a packet there in front of you. First of all, I would like you to know that we appreciate everything that you've done to listen to us and all that Pardeep has done. But I want to give you a little brief background about CWE. We are the Work Experience Education Organization, which supports by CDE. Earl Hall happens to sit on our board. Our mission statement is California Association of Work Experience Educators will lead the way in supporting work-based learning professionals and students in grades TK through 14, while educating all stakeholders on child labor laws, work permit compliance. CWE will continue to be the leader in promoting the high-quality career readiness program. We are a nonprofit, have been in business for over 50 years. Work Experience Education enrolls 10,000s of students from hundreds of high schools up and down the state. We provide that security that our children, our students, are working within child labor laws so that they continue to get an education. CWE provides work experience teacher coordinator training. We have a certification for the issue of for work permits, and that is the state's B11. CWE is the only state organization that provides professional development multiple times throughout the year. We have one conference in the north one year, and we have a conference in the south in the following year. Throughout the existence of ROP has relied on work experience programs for curriculum and frameworks.
Time.
We do the time.
Well, go ahead and finish your
Thank
sentence.
you. We provide the training for ROP, which we are very pleased that now to be able to provide useful materials, and we can continue to do the CTE pathways. We are an integral part of CTE and work-based learning, and we should be the capstone for every pathway.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Would you like me to answer the question as to how you can help with getting CTE? And this is Ms. Rucker. I can answer your question really fast if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. The CWE conference, we have an advisory board. On our advisory board is a lady named Anu Shagru. She teaches the UC Berkeley Extension CTE course, and she will be providing CTE certification for our work experience members. I happen to have 6 CTEs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Mike Patterson. I'm here today as the auto shop teacher from South Tahoe High School. I've been doing that for the last 32 years, and I know a little bit about CTE over those years. I want to thank everybody from the department for their work on the plan. All of my comments are in teacher preparation because, as many of you find this, I find this very lacking. One comment that Pradeep made that I find particularly troubling is when he said that something like it wasn't just a CTE issue. We have a teacher credentialing issue in the state. And I agree we have a teacher shortage in the state, but if I want to be a math teacher, I can find a number of colleges and universities to get a math bachelor's in and then go into a single subject credential program. If I want to be a CTE teacher, I don't know where I go. In fact, I don't think I can go anywhere. I hear there are 4 universities that are credential programs, but I don't know if they're actually offering classes or just have classes listed in their catalog. So I don't know that I actually have that route. And so we're really relying on, and it's sad, we're relying on men and women to come from industry into teaching. And that works really well at the community college, from what my community college colleagues tell me. Does not work at the high school level. And I tell you what, it doesn't work at the middle school level. So we no longer, across the state, have really any CTE programs at our middle schools. That has affected every single phase of CTE. And so to hear that we're going to grow our own doesn't work, especially in our middle schools. And it doesn't work in our high schools. Maybe it works at our community colleges. So we need to find a way to train quality CTE teachers. And there are probably a lot of solutions to those, but none of them are listed here in the state plan. CTE Teach is one plan, and then they talked a little bit about the IDL that removes teachers from teaching CTE classes and makes them administrators. So there's a lot of work to do here. I appreciate your comments. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope we can come up with some realistic ways to address the fact that we don't have CTE teachers in the state of California. And none of this matters without teachers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Completely agree. Thank you very much.
Few minutes is short. I'll talk very quickly. My name is Lance Gunnarsson. I represent the California Industrial and Technology Education Association. History of 91 years of helping teachers with training in the industrial technology area. I also represent the Small Manufacturers Institute, and I am here as a teacher. I teach woodworking and engineering at El Dorado High School. I go to an awful lot of industry meetings, and as you know, the top concern is always talent pool and skills gap. How did we get here? This is really a crisis. In the report, it's mentioned on 138 that there is a crisis in teacher preparedness. We have a crisis, and I want to emphasize crisis. We've talked about the New Deal. I think that's the kind of approach we are going to need to fix this. And definitely my comments are all around the teacher pipeline. CITEA used to have a very close relationship with the CDE, and I would love to offer any help we can. We do teacher training. We want to see teachers trained again in our fields. They're needed. I want to say that I've been teaching for 25 years, and when a teacher retires in our area, so does the program. That is the typical. We occasionally get new teachers into the industrial technology field, but very rarely. So the work that needs to be done in this section is still quite great. There are solutions, and I do have many I would like to recommend, but I am sure my light will go off on me any moment. I won't be able to recommend them all, but I'll put a couple on record. One is that the CCs, our community colleges, still have good training in career and technical education. Our universities should be offering the teacher training part of that, and we should be getting 4-year teacher credentialed people again. That has not happened for quite some time. My colleague behind me just mentioned, I don't know where to go. And we've heard that from many people who are figuring a way out, but it's not the system we need. That's a hit and miss system. And what we have in this plan right now is hit and miss. Some good suggestions, but not enough. So hopefully, working together, we can solve this issue.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee members, thank you so much for your time on this. As many of you said, this took a lot of time and a lot of work to put together. I'm really excited for the new state plan. I want to mention one thing. My work out in the field is in work-based learning, college and career readiness. I'm a product of CTE through my high school programs. I taught CTE. I'm an administrator for CTE. Something that's not quite mentioned in the plan that doesn't need to be integrated this time, but to put on the forethought as we start working with students with disabilities and also some of our bilingual learners, is that the work experience places that we're putting them are having a hard time with the behaviors and with kind of the adaptations that the students need. They're not educators. They don't understand the students that we're giving them. So part of the Perkins monies might be able to help fund training for the work sites that we're placing these students at. They want to help. The jobs want to be able to integrate those students. They don't know how. They're industry people. It already takes a lot of their time and resources to host these students in job shadows and internships. So in order to get them up to speed on how to handle these students, they need a little bit more training, and the teachers don't have the time. So that's something that you might want to put on the back of your minds going forward is how are we helping these businesses that we're asking so much from support the students that we're giving them, be it the court and community, high risk, English learners, or our special ed students. They all need help, and these businesses don't have the skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, I'm seeing no others up here. I want to thank those of you coming in from the public, sitting here all day and listening to our discussions and following that, and for your really insightful comments. We do hear them, and especially those who had brought up the issue around preparation of teachers. And because of that discussion, that particular section here that we would like to see coming back, I'm looking at my colleagues. We're at this point not ready to take action to move this particular draft to the state board. We would like to convene again prior to the state board meeting in March so that we can relook at that particular section. And so we are tentatively looking right now at Monday, March 2nd. At about 10 a.m. at 10 a.m. So we will be posting that once we can confirm the place and the space for that. Oh, you have something?
Yeah, so thank you, Chair Sun. We did find out that this venue here, there is another meeting. I don't know if I didn't ask you for your availability in the afternoon on March 2nd. Might that work?
You'll
We'd have to bump another whole meeting to use. So I didn't ask when we were talking about this earlier whether or not that the afternoon of that day might work.
It would work for me.
I'm good, and Bill
Okay.
says he's good all day.
Okay.
Bill says he's good.
All day.
I can move my afternoon, yes, if I can do it remotely.
So we could, it looks like we could meet in the afternoon of March 2nd.
Okay.
Is that what
Start like 1 o'clock or
1
2 o'clock, whatever time would work for you. Okay.
1 p.m.? 1 p.m. would work for everyone? Okay. So we're looking at 1 p.m. Okay. 1 p.m. on the 2nd.
Okay. And the other question that came up is if we are proposing to have a meeting prior to the State Board of Education meeting on the 11th and 12th, would you be willing to forego the meeting?
Yes.
The planned meeting the week
On the
after?
13th.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that, because I don't see us meeting again that quick
Until
soon.
May.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, so we would be replacing that March 13th meeting with essentially a March 2nd meeting. Okay, very good. So we'll make sure that gets posted. All right, let's see. So I'm going to finish my script. Thank you, members of the public for attending. And so at this point, we've got our next meeting set up. And are there any additional future topics? I think we've got that. Okay, so thank everyone again for attending. We are not just on time, we are actually early. And so we'll look forward to seeing folks on March 2nd. Okay, and we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.